not perverted about like little ass kids and shit. Thank you. skate thing?
Making a lint thing.
A lint roller?
Yeah.
Can you make me one?
Yeah, will you help me? Hold
How?
the tape while I pull it and do it.
Wait, what?
Just hold this roll so I can pull it and do it.
What do you have to do exactly?
You just hold it here so I could pull it and do it with 2 hands. No?
Actually, I don't need one. But do you still need it?
I already got mine.
Okay, cool. No, get off that shit. Get off. Down. No. Huh? Yeah, no, I have my bag, I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
and I hope all is well. Please like, subscribe, and share if you like the message and it resonates here, okay? Cool. All right, let's tap right into the energy and see what is going on, what's going down on the timeline here. Happy birthday to all of my Pisces. I hope you guys enjoy your season, your solar return. I hope you guys have a beautiful weekend here, okay? Thank you so much for all of your support, Soul Family. I really do appreciate your time, your attention, every like, share, subscribe. Thank you so much for your generous donations here. I really do appreciate you guys, all right? So this is kind of a very specific message here. I'm not going to resonate with everyone here. I'm picking up on a karmic Virgo here, okay? This person is receiving
There you
a
go,
lot
Bebe.
of karma at this time. This is someone who was warned about plotting on an individual's life here. Karma is on this person's ass here, okay? And there's no forgiveness here. This is a karmic mother, aunt, or sister. I'm saying that because it came up in the reverse. Or I'm also getting someone, it could be a Virgo that worked with a karmic mother, aunt, or sister here. Take heed to the beat of the drum. Again, this person was warned about coming for an individual here, all right? Um, so I got infected, no hard feelings, walked away gracefully, and death. Okay. So what I'm getting is somebody could have been sick. Okay. It's a karmic Virgo here that was a third party. This person was sick. Okay. You dodged a bullet. Somebody dodged a bullet here because they walked away from a situation, a relationship here. And this person was like, oh, no, you don't, with the death energy here. Okay. I'm getting somebody was trying to plot on a divine feminine here through a masculine that she was dealing with at the time. That's what I'm getting. And you dodged a bullet. You walked away from this relationship here, and you walked away with your health intact. Okay. Again, with this infected energy, I feel like somebody has something that they cannot get rid of here. Okay. And you dodged this bullet, and this person proceeded to put another plan after plan in place to come after this person here. So I don't know if somebody put a hit out on this divine feminine because I'm getting from this energy, this karmic ass Virgo here, like they came in for the kill. Okay, the plan was always to infect this masculine and get it transferred over to this divine feminine here. But you walked away gracefully at peace. You live and you learn. You chucked the deuces right on time. And this person, came after you with this death energy here. Okay. I'm also picking up on a karmic masculine here that's trying to act as if they're oblivious or they don't know where they got some incurable STD from here. And they got it. Whoever this person is, they went into a situation. Somebody was dealing with a known holiday. Okay, somebody was fully aware that somebody was a street walker. Okay? And this person is sitting around trying to act as if they don't know where they got something from. I don't know if they're scared of a third party, okay? Or they're embarrassed. This is someone who's a coward. They don't want to take accountability here, okay? I'm getting an energy where, for whatever reason, it's like they don't want to confront the person that basically took their life the slow way, okay? Like, for whatever reason, like this person, I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know if their mind has declined here, okay, on like a cognitive level, but it's like they don't want to address the real enemy. Someone who has been spiraling out of control since they found out that they had an incurable STD, blaming a divine feminine that ain't got shit, okay? Healthy people don't get people sick. Sick people get people sick. And it's like they're spiraling out of control. They're grasping for straws, okay? And they're not paying this known streetwalker, which they got into a relationship with here. Okay, I feel like this person is embarrassed because they tried to turn a hoe into a housewife. They don't want to admit it. Okay, I feel like this person is grasping for straws. They're all over the place, and they want to address and blame everybody except the enemy in their life. Okay, now that's a message I've been getting, and it's funny that it came up for this situation when I was channeling prior to me cutting on the camera here. But yeah, we're gonna get some more information here because the forgiveness energy came up in the reverse. This Virgo was warned, and it came out with Saturn. So So something is going on in this person's life. They could be trying to play the victim here, but somebody is vicious here, okay? Because with the death energy, somebody was like, oh, no, you don't. Like the whole thing, I don't know, somebody sent this person um, into a relationship that somebody was already in, okay? But I feel like they had it in their head that they were targeting this divine feminine, and they weren't going to miss, okay? So there was a lot of divine intervention in the situation, which is why somebody dodged a bullet here. But this person felt like they could chase somebody down, okay? A karmic Virgo, mother, aunt, or sister, okay? So let's see what else they have to say about this situation. Also have something about a maintenance man being exposed. Somebody could have tried to attempt to get into somebody's home, okay? Child, what is really going on? I feel like this person is getting a lot of karma. They're getting a lot of karma, okay? And they're somewhere playing the victim. And people may or may not be aware of how malicious this person is, okay? And again, this karmic masculine that a divine feminine was in a relationship with, I feel like this is this person playing the victim. Like I've been picking up on that for a couple weeks. Somebody is trying to act like they don't know where you got something. It's like the hoe you was sleeping with. Okay, the streetwalker that, like, it's not rocket science. Like somebody's crazy. Like what the hell? I feel like somebody is in such a weakened state, mentally and emotionally. They let this person gaslight them, knowing that this person was out there. Oh, you didn't get it from me. Like, I don't know what's going on. This person is under some type of mind control, okay? To where they believe any and everything that this person is saying, even when it makes absolutely no sense. Because I'm getting an energy where this person is trying to blame everybody except the streetwalker that they were sleeping with, unprotected, okay? Like, somebody is a whole clown out here. Child, what's going on? So I don't know why the sun card is out here with maintenance man. I don't know if this cycle attempted to get someone to enter your home and do something here, okay? Finances, something about finances and some emails here, okay? Yeah, all right? Okay. What's at the bottom of the deck? There's mental body. Yeah, somebody's definitely off mentally. A church witch. That's a liar, okay? Child, what is going on? Mercury retrograde here. Evaluate how you communicate. Improving on existing structures, efficient and effective. Something is dead. Something that this person said in the past is dead, okay? You may not even know this person personally here. Yeah. So it was a mother and a daughter duo, okay, that worked together here, all right? It doesn't have to be like, it could be a mother figure and somebody's daughter. They don't have to be related, but they could be, okay? So somebody tried to double team a divine feminine is what I'm getting. Yeah, confirmation. The mother and the daughter, or a mother and a daughter. Uh-huh. Maybe because you stood up to these people felt like they weren't gonna back down. These are people who don't even know you personally here. I'm getting, if it's a third party to a relationship that somebody was in, this person knows, they know of you because you guys were dealing with the same person, but they don't know you. Like you've never had a conversation with this psycho. What the hell? Lie detector. A narcissist is calling for backup here, okay? They calling for backup to do what? Yeah, because they're mad. Uh-huh. Well, there's some grandstanding that didn't go their way. Yeah. Manipulating views and likes, grandstanding, beware of an angry mom here, okay? So this person could have been spinning a false narrative to get people to come for whoever this divine feminine was, okay? Yeah. This is with this scam risk. This was definitely a scam, okay? But this is like this person waving around false narratives, lies, and fake receipts, okay, to get people to come for someone here. Now people are mad at a narcissist here, and now this person is calling for backup. Someone is calling for backup in the current energy collective because they're trying to keep a lie covered, okay? Lie detector in the reverse. Somebody does not want to look like a liar. They are. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, okay? Child, what is going on? So somebody is, they're still trying to keep on a mask here, okay? Drama. It's a whole lot of drama going on here, okay? going on here about who's sick, who's got what, and who gave it to who. Okay? But it's orchestrated because whoever the karmic masculine is, like I don't know if this person fell down and bumped their head, they know exactly where they got it from. They scared of this person. Somebody is scared of a third party. I don't know why. We saw church witch. Maybe they're scared about what this person can do, what they can tap into here. But child, it's a whole lot of drama going on here. Okay, there could be a sickness, confirmation. There could be a sickness or a disease that's spreading around. Okay, and somebody's playing dumb. It's a whole lot of drama. Flying monkeys, flunkies, and junkies. Everybody's getting a reality check here. Okay, mindless zombies with these flying monkeys. Saturn is on everybody's ass. Okay, it's kicking names, it's kicking asses and taking names. Yeah, child, what is going on? And then the church witch, the third party, like she's trying to offload the karma onto the people that followed her blindly. What is going on? This person is playing mind games. They're playing mind games here. So raw, organic, natural, and authentic here. Okay, it's trumping what somebody said in the past. Okay. Mm-hmm. Somebody could have projected onto a divine feminine here. Yeah. Raw, organic, natural, and authentic. Okay. Child, what is this? And then so in love came out in the past. You could have been so in love with somebody in the past here. Okay. Child, what is this? It's a whole lot of drama. But drama and confusion because somebody is lying. Somebody is lying. What the hell? Like people scary as shit, and then they think they can come for y'all. Like somebody, I already say a narcissist can never confront the real enemy in their life. They're cowards. They're cowards. They always try to deflect onto someone who they feel is less threatening, someone who they feel is not going to fight back. Okay, somebody scary as shit. It's a lot of gossip going on. Okay, yeah, look at this.
I
We're
gotta,
having a big old discussion about
baby.
somebody's sex life and who they were sleeping with here. Uh-huh. Somebody's guilty by association. They could be going to jail for some mail fraud. That came up previously here. Okay, could be the same energy here. There was multiple people that were involved in some type of mail fraud. This could be emails as well for finances here. Okay, somebody could have been running a scam. Everybody involved is going to jail. All right. Yeah, it's a big discussion going on. Collective people are gossiping here. Okay. About somebody's sexual activities here. Somebody could have been having threesomes and orgies and all this shit here, and they trying to act like they don't know where they job, please. Permanent actions and decisions based off of a lie. Uh-huh. Child, it got somebody blocked. It got somebody blocked. And they're trying to get their story straight. Wow. Mm-mm-mm. What is really going on? Look at this. Putting on, piling on, grandstanding, and showing out. Oh, yeah. AI catfish. It fell on this Yahoo energy here. So there could be multiple people that's involved in some type of scam having to do with emails, having to do with finances here. Okay, and everybody involved is going to receive some type of consequences, legal consequences. That's what's coming out. Okay. Somebody was wilding out, collective, simply because you don't F with them. I don't F with you. Okay. So this is the type of person where, you know, oh, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this. Okay, to get your attention. That's what I'm getting. Someone could have showed some fake receipts, AI catfish energy to attach themselves to you. Try to act as if, you know, there is beef on both sides, or to present some type of fake dialogue or thread or receipts having to do with communication. That's what I'm getting. Okay? There's some fake ass emails going on here. And with this putting on, piling on, grandstanding, and showing out, somebody was using some fake receipts here to talk shit. Okay? Yeah, you don't F with this person at all. At all. Lie detector in the reverse. Date night in the reverse. Child, please, you never dated somebody? It landed on drama. Okay? Interesting. And a narcissist is calling for backup. A fire sign. Mm-hmm. Some of you guys could have a sibling that's a fire sign here, okay, that you're protected from. This person, somebody is calling for backup, honey, because they want to keep their lives some date night here, and it's a whole bunch of drama. Okay, there's a community here that's sick, not mentally, physically. They're already sick mentally here, but you couldn't tell them that. And it's a whole bunch of drama. It's a whole bunch of drama because you're dealing with flying monkeys, flunkies, and junkies. People who are never in their right mind from the get go. People who their discernment was diminished. Okay, so they fell into like a cesspool, okay, of filth. And now shit is coming to the surface here. They're having to deal with reality, and it's a whole bunch of drama. Date night in the reverse here, okay? And people are trying to throw divine feminine, divine masculine up under the bus, and you don't F with these people at all, okay? Child, let's get into some tarot. I don't feel like I'm gonna be here too long. Yeah. But it's a Virgo here that's getting a whole lot of karma, okay? A whole lot of karma because this person wanted to chase you down, okay? Again, I don't know why a maintenance man is out here getting exposed. I don't know if they're trying to pay somebody here or impersonate someone to come into your home, okay? This could have been in the past. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Somebody's mad because you escaped a trap, okay? Yeah, Three of Pentacles with the Eight of Wands here. There's several people that took action. There's several people that took action. Here's the Virgo. Yep. Hermit energy here. There's several people that work with this Virgo is what they're saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Three of Cups. I can't make it up. Mm-hmm. They felt like they were going to celebrate here. Okay. Somebody didn't know that you were anointed. There's somebody who wanted to take you out. Okay, Page of Pentacles here. Somebody could have took action towards a child, okay? Or there was multiple people that were involved in these fake receipts as well with the Page of Pentacles here. Yeah, they got together to manufacture some fake ass proof, okay? That you are who they said you are, okay? Mm-hmm. With the Queen of Cups energy here. They took it to the Queen of Cups, okay? Wow. Mm-hmm. Wow. So again, we got mother and daughter. I'm definitely getting that. Somebody's daughter is just as rotten as the mother. World card here. Okay, with the Six of Swords here. Could be some travel that was involved. A door got closed on this person. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see where they were traveling to. Six of Swords. A Taurus could be significant here. Somebody could have been traveling to see a practitioner. To gain some type of access here. Yeah, Five of Pentacles with the Page of Pentacles here. And the Star energy. Shop, please. To get some healing. And the Four of Cups fell to the floor, okay? So somebody, they do some type of spiritual work or they have some type of spiritual work that they get done here, okay? This is almost like a destiny swap as well with the Page of Pentacles and the Five of Pentacles energy here. There's some type of glamour that they do here, okay? The veil of illusion. To make themselves seem desirable here, okay? And whatever that they got going on a physical level here to kind of cloak that. That's what I'm getting. Somebody wanted your energy with the Star energy, raw, organic, natural, and authentic. Again, this is the glamour. Somebody wants to come off as if, they're being themselves, they're being real, okay? Yeah. Four of Cups fell to the floor because without it, this little trick that they do, people don't want it. They're not interested here, okay? And if somebody's a hoe, they look like a hoe. They smell like a hoe, they walk like a hoe, they talk like a hoe. So somebody, they go to some type of practitioner here for coverage, okay? Like people gotta wake up. Five of Pentacles with the Page of Pentacles. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Justice energy here, child. Somebody presented some fake evidence here to the system, okay, to the courts. Yeah, they did this quickly, in haste, okay? Because I'm getting, this person is getting their ass whooped, okay? That's why this is coming out like this. Knight of Wands, yeah, to cause confusion, So fake receipts again. Fake receipts. wake up as well. Yeah, Wheel of Fortune energy. So this was like a destiny swap. Okay, Nine of Swords here. They wanted you in the Nine of Swords energy, and they wanted to be in the Wheel of Fortune here. Okay, so getting back to finances, somebody did something. They um they conjured up some fake receipts to access some basically a life that was not theirs. But I'm getting fiat like some money. Okay, Nine of Swords energy here. Uh huh. Wow. Somebody wanted your likeness, your attraction is what I'm getting. Yeah. Hmm. Because you attract the Knight of Cups with the Ten of Pentacles here. Uh huh. Wow. Yeah, Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords here. Yeah. So they wanted, they wanted your energy basically. Okay. So this is someone who felt like you can have anything you can want. You can manifest and attract anything you want. You can have anyone that you want here. Yeah, Empress energy is a whole lot of drama. Whole lot of drama, Empress. Yeah, Nine of Pentacles here. Yeah, this person wanted your energy. Somebody could be 39. Something could have popped off and somebody was 39 here. Okay. Yep. Whole lot of drama. Hmm. Yeah, this person here, you got the Ace of Wands, King of Cups with the Six of Pentacles here. They feel like, with your energy, everybody would give to them, okay? Patronize them, shower them here. That's what they wanted, okay? Somebody is very independent. This is your natural, authentic energy here. You don't have to go to a practitioner to do no abracadabra, all right, destiny swap to get this energy. So that's what they were doing, okay? And that's why they were, so confident in putting on powder and grandstanding and showing out. Because you have to understand how confident you have to be, knowing damn well you a streetwalker, knowing damn well you sleep around for sex, and you've been doing it for quite some time. But you so confident here with that spiritual backup, a practitioner they had in their corner to do the destiny swap. They're so confident to flip the whole thing on a divine feminine who ain't never slept around for money in their life. Okay, that's how confident this person was. And it fooled this karmic ass masculine that's still somewhere today acting so confused as to where they got something here. Like, look, fool energy, I can't make it up. Fool. Okay? This is this person acting inconspicuous here, innocent. Okay? Child, what is this? Five of Pentacles energy here. Yeah, it landed on the death card here. Uh-huh. They don't know. They don't know how so and so got it. Like, this person here is a trip. It's a trip. Somebody also wanted to punish you, like they could have got with this ex, and they wanted to punish somebody here because you walked away. Okay? They were definitely attacking your finances, but they attacked every aspect of this divine feminine's life because they were attempting to do a destiny swap. Okay? Somebody was traveling to see a practitioner here at a distance. Yeah. So where your energy? Strange. Like this person was confident, putting on powder on grandstanding and showing out. And I'm telling you, there's some type of illusion that they do surrounding the people that are around them, even their own friends that know them, know what they do. Okay? Stop people pleasing and stop over giving here. Interesting. I feel like people the energy that this person was walking in here, okay? Temporarily, like people like run around kissing this person's ass, okay? This person's straight up devil. Like side eye queen here. Uh-huh. Yeah, your intuition sees through the act. The truth shows on your face. Something feels off for a reason here. Yeah. It's like somebody was looking at people surrounding this person crazy. Okay? Because it's like the treatment that this straight up hoe was getting was the treatment of a true empress here, a true divine feminine. It's like somebody treating Felicia from Friday like an empress and treating Claire Huxtable It never lies. Okay. So still checking on you. Text me back. Upgrade your life here. Okay. Somebody's still checking on you. They want to be in communication with you, but you're upgrading your life here. Okay. And landed on the star. And somebody's throwing shade. All right. Yeah, look at this. Glamour rising in the reverse. Somebody got their energy back. Trust your vision. Uh-huh. I'm also getting there's an outside person that woke up. Okay? However they were seeing this person, this is somebody with the world card. They wanted to be adorned. Okay? Like flowers at their feet. Glamour rising in the reverse. They've been stripped. They've been stripped of all that glamour. Okay? You're stepping into your shine. Your confidence radiates outward. People notice your glow. Yeah, this person got stripped of an energy that was never theirs. Okay, an energy that was never theirs. People are trusting their vision. Yeah, and they see this person is too good to be true, and they're full of drama because they're a liar. They're a liar. Okay, child. Mm-mm-mm. Let's close this out. Okay. All right. We'll spread on that. Okay, now things are in harmony, out of clutter, find simplicity here. Yeah, this is somebody who can't operate out of simplicity here because you might see them for who they are. Okay, somebody's a chaos agent. hmm Gluttony. He who is not content with what he has will not be content with what he would like to have here. You know, in the moments where they felt like they had this divine feminine's energy, her essence, okay, all the gifts that came with it, that still wasn't enough. That still wasn't enough. Lost. This person is a lost one, okay? Like somebody will never be satisfied here. This is the Blueberry Girl off of Willy Wonka. Let's get a spread on the maintenance man here, okay? Because somebody here was adamant about getting up in somebody's space or getting close to them here, okay? Yeah. And I feel like this is that masculine here because I kept getting that. Like, somebody is well aware that they got into a commitment or they attempted to get into a commitment with a whore. They're well aware. And you sit around acting like, oh, I got it from Divine Feminine. How? When Divine Feminine ain't got what you got. She's healthy. It's like, get real. Again, I don't know if somebody's suffering from some type of mental decline. Man, what? What is going on? Somebody could have rushed into a marriage with this person here. Mm-mm-mm. There was definitely a lot of sex magic here. Okay, I feel like there was layers and layers of alchemy put on somebody, mind, body, and soul. Okay, child. Mm-mm-mm. And then they're scared of this person. They're scared of this person. Some of you guys could be getting married soon here, or you could have divorced this person and they're still lingering. What for? What for? A narcissist will never confront the real enemy in their life. Okay? Never. Alright? Consequences with wedding day. Okay, this could also speak to fake receipts. Okay? Because again, back to these finances here. Somebody conjured up maybe some fake documentation here to access a Wheel of Fortune. Okay? So, alright. Glamour rising in the reverse here. With the world card. This person wanted some type of position in the spotlight here. Okay, that's what they thought, was going to happen for them. Okay? Party scene, numbing out here. That's their true energy. Like, child. So this person is still checking on you here, watching you upgrade your life. They want to be in communication with you here. Dirty damn laundry. Somebody's talking about somebody's sex life, okay, and their partners. Ride or die, yeah. Cosmic connection. cosmic connection, because there's no cosmic connections here. This is alchemy. Okay, ride or die. They're binding this person here. Okay, I feel like they attempted to bind you. This karmic feminine attempted to bind themselves to a divine feminine here. Okay, but that has been stripped through physical passion. Okay, yeah, this is what they're saying. Cosmic connection, physical passion, and ride or die. So that's why they're saying that this person is so dumbfounded here. Okay, again, every time they have sex with this person, it's like they put another layer of alchemy onto them here. Okay, so they feel like this person can do no wrong. The whole time, this is the person that's killing them slow. That's why they sick. Okay, that's it right there. And then friend zone. Child, what is going on? It came out in past energy, you guys. Yeah, there's also somebody else that is taking how it resonates. You never dated somebody, you friend zoned them here, okay? You friend zoned them. Child. And then dirty laundry, okay? Somebody's dirty laundry is being aired out. Yeah. Like they treated this person here, honey. Somebody got the pillow princess treatment here, okay? Yeah, ulterior motives. Then look at this. This is a web. This is a web. It came up in the reverse. They could never see these ulterior motives here while they were sleeping with this person. Because the sex magic was layered every time. Every time they was doing something. Okay, a little extra. They were never going to see it. Somebody was sleeping with the enemy the entire time. Okay? Someone's words and actions aren't lining up, and that's not an accident. There's an agenda here. The love might not be it. This person was looking past their, what can I say? They were looking past the enemy in every and any situation here, okay? I don't know, it couldn't be them. Like, what? What is going on? Lingering X. Meanwhile, they still trying to linger in your energy. Like, child, somebody thought this person was an angel, okay? Live and learn. Now they're walking away. Now they're walking away. Big break. Now they want to have a big break, okay? Live and learn. They could have rushed into a marriage with this person here. Okay? Big break. Something broke. Now the passion is blocked. Now the passion is blocked here. So something snapped here. Okay? Child. All right, collective. That has been a reading. Thanks for watching my channel, Journey Tarot. Bye.
Chosen one, I need your complete attention for what I am about to reveal, because what you are about to discover about your true identity will explain
You're curious about that. I see you've got nipples too. You've got them. Yeah. Yeah, we both got them. It's kind of a normal thing. Everyone's got a nipple.
Go there? Oh, where do you want to go? Do you want to go with a blanket?
In the blankets?
Or somewhere? Like there? Oh, okay.
Let's just say that.
That's nice. We have a plan.
I use this app called Easy Expense. It scans my receipts, automatically detects tax deductions, and saves it.
Sicario, come here, Papas. Come here, Sicario.
Is your mind secretly sabotaging your success? What if there was a way
Sicario,
to
come
instantly
here,
stop
Papas.
self-sabotage and reprogram it for success today? And sleep all the way down, all the way down. The world's highest achievers have a secret that they don't advertise. It's not their morning routine. It's not their diet. It's how they program their subconscious mind for massive success. Dom the Hypnotist here. You may have heard about me on the Joe Rogan podcast or ESPN. Maybe your favorite NFL, UFC, Olympic athlete, actor, or celebrity hypnotist worked with me.
I worked with this guy named Dom the Hypnotist.
Hello there, God bless you. Welcome to Prophetic Intercession with Amel. It's always an honor and a great privilege to bring you prophetic messages from the Lord. If this is the first time you're coming across my channel, a special welcome to you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I pray that God will use this channel to minister to you, tell you His mind, and help you know Him even better. And if you are a returning subscriber, you already know that you have a special place in my heart. I love you, and I'm praying for you all the time. Child of God, the Lord gave me a prophetic word for you. A prophetic word with clarity and with discernment for you. And I pray that as you listen to this word, it will resonate with you and give you clarity and direction in the name of Jesus. The Lord says there is this woman fighting you, monitoring you, resisting you, speaking against you, and she is closer than you think. The Holy Spirit gave me understanding. This neighbor is not always the woman next door. This neighbor is the spirit operating in close proximity to your life. The attacks feel personal. The resistance feels familiar. The pressure feels like it comes from someone nearby. But God is revealing the spiritual identity, not the human identity. This is why the Lord says her name starts with an initial. The initial of the spirit operating behind her. Let's break it open. Let's get to hear what this is all about. Sometimes the attack is close. The Bible says in the book of Psalms chapter 55 verse 12 to 13, David said, if an enemy were insulting me, I could endure. But if it is you, my close companion, what was David talking about? Attacks sometimes come from familiar circles. Warfare often arises from proximity. The enemy uses people close enough to observe, study, envy, and imitate you. The Spirit of the Lord says this woman is close in proximity to your life. By relation, association, she is close by environment or spiritual access. Do not be afraid. Do not fear. God is exposing the pattern, not asking you to accuse a specific person. The name starts with an initial. The Bible says in the book of Ephesians chapter 6 and verse 12, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. This is why the Lord says her name begins with an initial. That initial is not for gossip or suspicion. It is for discernment of the spirit behind the attack. For many, the initial is J, W, P, G, C, and E. So what is J? Jealousy. W, witchcraft. P, pretense. G, gossip. C, control. E, envy. These are spirits. They are not human. They can manifest in humans, but they are actually spirits. The woman being used is only a vessel. The real attacker is the initial, the spirit operating through her. So sometimes there is the spirit of jealousy that is operating through people and causing them to attack you. There's a spirit of witchcraft in them. There's a spirit of pretense, a spirit of gossip, a spirit of control, a spirit of envy that is manipulating or using someone against you. God is revealing the spiritual roots of all all of this. God is showing us the spiritual root, and it is from the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 11. It says, lest Satan should take advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. We know that it's not this person, it is the spirit in them that is doing all of this. The Lord doesn't want you ignorant. He doesn't want you vulnerable. He doesn't want you fighting the wrong battles. God is revealing the source so you can confront the right enemy. This woman carries a monitoring spirit, a spirit of offense, a spirit of jealousy, a spirit of witchcraft influence, a spirit of sabotage, a spirit of delay. But you are not to fight her. You are to fight the spirit using her. So you pray against these spirits. When these spirits leave you alone, this woman would automatically leave you alone because the spirits are walking through her. She is a neighbor because she has access. You know, the Bible tells us in the book of Mark chapter 3 and verse 27, no one can enter a strong man's house unless he first binds the strong man. A neighbor in scripture is someone who has proximity. They have access to you. They can influence your life. They are familiar to you. Their observation is right about you. Yes. So this woman has heard things. She has seen things about your life. She has observed your life for a while. She has watched your progress and monitored your movement. And the enemy used her proximity to attempt infiltration. But listen to this carefully. Access does not equal authority. Someone might have access to you, but not have the authority to influence your life. Observation does not equal control. And closeness does not equal victory. So do not be afraid. God is interrupting her assignment because the Bible says that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So God is interrupting their assignment. Weapons can be formed, assignments can be activated, plots can be released, but the Lord says her attack will not prosper. Her monitoring will not succeed. Her words will not stand. Her plans will not manifest. In the name of Jesus, the mission of the spirit fighting you is about to be exposed, about to be destroyed, and replaced with peace. God will turn her attack into your promotion. God will turn their attack into your promotion. You know, the brothers of Joseph were so jealous of him. You hear that spirit of jealousy? But God, he himself, he said, you said you meant this for evil, but God turned it around for good. They will attack you. They will accuse you, and their accusations will backfire. They will attack you, but you'll be elevated. The monitoring will become a testimony. They will be the one to go around sharing your testimony at the end of the day. The jealousy will become fuel for you to keep going. The witchcraft will become their weakness. Hallelujah. The very thing she used against you, God will use it to lift you up. Stop fearing. Stop fearing and start focusing on your assignment. Like the book says, like the Bible says in the book of Joshua chapter 1 and verse 8. Do not fear this woman. God spoke to Joshua. It says, only be thou courageous. Be courageous. Do not be afraid of this woman. Fear the spirit that wants you to focus. Ignore the flesh. Destroy the pattern. You are not losing ground. You are not vulnerable. You are not outnumbered. You are anointed. You are covered. You are backed by angels, and you are hidden in God. The Bible says our lives are hid in Christ, and Christ in God. Hallelujah. Your destiny cannot be touched. Your blessing cannot be stopped. Your elevation cannot be delayed. The woman being used against you will lose access. The spirit behind her will lose authority, and your life will move forward without interruption. Hallelujah. Did you receive this word with gladness? May the Lord bless you, keep you, cause his face to shine upon you. The Lord be gracious to you and give you peace. His shalom, nothing missing, nothing broken. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. God bless you.
What's good, family? Soul Tribe Collective. How's everybody doing? That's good. That's real good. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tapping in. One more again with you, girl. So check it, right? You really is about to, your life is going up, okay? Your life is going way up. I'm all the way up, all right? You got somebody in your energy who, they want to know exactly what you have going on. Like, what are you finding joy in? What is making you so happy, right? They went to a reader, okay? They went to someone they consider to be a good reader. You know, this could be somebody who is an authority figure in doing readings, all right? So it could be somebody on social media, all right? Might not be. But somebody they went to get a reading on because they want to know what is keeping you so happy when they are taking opportunity to send you negative energy and trying to cause you issues in your life. But the issues and the energy they sending is not working. So they're trying to figure out, why is it not working? Why is she still happy? Why is he still happy? Why is it not working? Whoever this reader is, they actually spoke up on your behalf, possibly through the reading, and told this individual to leave you alone. Okay? To leave you alone. They protested. All right? So there was something that came out in the reading, or this person was not able to read your energy. Either they weren't allowed or they weren't able to tap in. And this is somebody who is an authoritative. Listen, let me show you what I got. The spirit team is out here spirit teaming. This is an authority. Whoever this is an authority in reading. Someone went to someone who is very good at doing readings, and they went to find out some energy, right? They may have tried to get into your Akashic records, but they definitely wanted to know, why are you so happy? What are you so happy about? Who is around you? Who are you befriending? Who are you loving? What's going on? Why are they so happy? Because I have been taking opportunity to send energy towards the collective, and the shit ain't working. And shit ain't working. Wow. The reader, we have independence, and we have protests. Okay? We have protests. I'm picking up a couple things from this independence. Let me tell you what all I'm picking up. Either the reader couldn't reach you, or the reader protested because they let the person know through the reading that they should stay out of your energy. They should leave you alone. Okay? Also, they could have told the individual through the reading that you're not really with anyone else, that you are stepping into your independence. You are paying attention to your independence. This person wanted to know who was around you that is keeping you so happy, and the reader may have told them she or he is actually so focused on themselves that they're not really with anyone in the way that this individual, with anyone, like romantically, like who is the friends, who are you indulging yourself with, who is it that's keeping this smile on your face. They don't realize that what's keeping a smile on your face is that you're stepping into this new season of abundance. You're stepping into this new beginning, and you're totally focused on that. Now, this person took the opportunity to try to bring in some sort of natural disaster towards you, to try to frustrate your purpose and everything, child. We're going to get into this energy and see what's going on. Now, I'm looking at the state energy of Nevada. And what's jumping out at me is that sagebrush. The natural flower, the state flower is the sagebrush. The sagebrush state is the nickname. Silver state is the nickname. Silver is governed by divine feminine. Divine feminine energy governs the metal silver. So you and your divine feminine energy minding your business, okay, drinking your water, eating your fruit, and people is over here trying to figure out why you're so happy. Because they've been trying to take opportunity to frustrate you and it's not working. All right? So we're going to see what this is, okay? But the overall energy for the collective is you're stepping into a new season. All right? You're stepping into your abundance. You're in your abundance season. It ain't nothing they can do. They can send whatever they want to send, and it ain't nothing they can do. Okay? So they felt the need to go and get a reading on you. Let's see what's going on. Clarify faith and authority, spirit. Relaxation. Pause. Tranquility. Easiness. Whoever this reader is, they're very good at reading, and it comes easily for them. Look, she holding a book. They're very good at reading. This is somebody that they know their readings be spot on. This is someone who is possibly a high priestess, high priest energy, very intuitive individual. And it doesn't have to be necessarily cards. It could have been one of those cowrie shell readers. You know what I'm saying? Just someone who divines. Tell me more. This is somebody in their friendship circle. Okay? This is somebody in their friendship circle. Somebody that they're connected to. Somebody in their network. Somebody on their little team or whatever. Okay? Clarify indulgence and direction. Family. Yeah. Right. So they're trying to figure out. They wanted a reading on if you're with someone else. Yeah. If you're bonded to someone else. They wanted a reading on who's in the background, you know, that you're interacting with. That is keeping this smile and this pleasure and this satisfaction in your energy. Give me one more. Vow. They wanted to know, yeah, they wanted to know who you're bonded with. What are they hoping for? What are they wishing for? Trap. A trap. Investment. Who are you making an investment with? I'm hearing who are you stuck on, like in a good way. Like who are you into? Who are you making an investment? Who's into you? Who are you allowing to you know, in your energy? Who are you allowing in your energy? Because you're showing up very happy, full of joy, all smiles, okay? And so this person wanted a reading on that. That's crazy. That's crazy that you even get a reading on somebody who hasn't given you permission to get a reading on you. Like, that's crazy, first off. But secondly, you want to get a reading, you want to know who's making them happy. Why does it matter? As long as they happy. All right? Clarify this opportunity in natural disaster. Well, I mean, why is that your business? It ain't you. We have bullying. So this is somebody who has definitely been taking the opportunity or taking opportunities to bully somebody. Coach. The reader, this card landed over here with the reader. The reader told this individual that you were a sweetheart. Okay? That you were a sweetheart. They also advised them to stop being a bully. They also advised them to stop being a bully. Or they told them that it came up in the reading that they have been they know that they have been bullying this person, and this person is a sweetheart. Something was revealed in the reading that this individual who went to get the reading on your love life, something came up in the reading that they weren't expecting to come up, because whoever this reader is, they actually are a good reader, but they're also really tapped in with their spirit team, and I'm gonna say this is a just reader. You understand? This is a just reader. So they told him the truth, that the reading revealed that this individual is attempting to bully a sweetheart. Clarify this independence and this protest spirit, because you want to control the sweetheart. You want to control the sweetheart. Okay. Clarify the independence and the protest. Homeless, failure, cast poor. They didn't even take their money. They wouldn't even. The reader wouldn't even take the. Wouldn't even. I feel like the reader did the reading, or if they didn't do the reading, their spirit team alerted them to not do the reading. But the reader did reveal to this individual that they couldn't do the reading because they got intuitive hits that this individual is trying to control this person. You're trying to control a sweetheart. This is why you want to know about all this, who around them and what they're doing and how they're doing it. This trap energy could be that the reader told the individual that you only want to know what's going on in their love life and who they invest in their time and attention into, because you're trying to figure out the way in which you can trap this person. So you're taking the opportunity to try to figure out who they're around, so you can take the opportunity to bring some sort of natural disaster to their love life. You are a bully. This is what the reader told them. The reader protested. The reader protested and would not take the reading and didn't take any money for it as well. Didn't want to hear it. This person is so mad. Whatever was told to this individual by this reader, they is so mad. They was not trying to hear none of that. The reader could have told them, I feel like the reader didn't even touch their deck. Like, whatever they used, they didn't have to. Because they started getting intuitive hits about why this person was inquiring about whoever it is in the collective. And the person who went was told to walk away, was told that their attempt to try to bully someone was going to fail, is going to fail, and this person did not want to hear it. This person may have protested with the reader because they didn't want to hear it. Tell me more. This merit making, okay? This is a card that gives off good honor. This is a card that gives off that somebody is actually balanced in their intuitive rank and position. This is a good person. This reader is a good person. It fell over here with the reader. Clarify homeless. Justice. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. This person was told by this reader that your attempt to bully this individual, you're trying to find out about their love life so you will know how to send energy towards them. This reader advised this person that went to get a reading on someone in the collective that this person is divinely loved. This person is a child of the divine, a starseed energy, okay? And you're going to fail. And the fact that you are broke or going broke, or this reader, this ain't nothing to play with. This reader ain't nothing to play with, because I really feel like they didn't even touch their cards. They just tapped into the person's energy that was requesting the reading. They told them
and broke. And you may already be going through financial struggles. And this is your justice. This is your karmic retribution. This person didn't want to hear it though. Clarify stubborn. They don't want to hear it. It was not what they thought they was going to hear. And they didn't want to hear that. Clarify justice. Stress. Look, I can't. Wow. Tell me more about this reader. If the reader is watching, gratitude for being honest and being just and being a real one, you know, amongst all these fakes. Gratitude. It could have been on me. I don't know. I'm part of the collective, but I'm just saying, you know, from one reader to a next, from one diviner, from one high priestess, high priest. You know what I'm saying? I got respect for that. That's what's up. The reader was actually upset because this would have put some sort of the reader knows that whoever this is in the collective that this person was trying to get information on so they could find out how to trap them, the reader knows that if they hadn't fulfilled this reading the way that this person wanted it, it would have actually possibly put them in some sort of binding. It would have bound them to something. The reader is angry at this individual for even coming to them and asking them to read this kind of energy. And for this purpose. For this purpose. Yeah, trying to get them to compromise. Yeah, the reader was not going to compromise. The reader is a absolute professional about their craft, about their gifts, about their talents, about who they are spiritually. And this is why the person went to them. This is why this person went to them, because they know that they are actually very skilled intuitively. They've probably gotten readings from them before on other matters, but this one, again, here we are, the fury, the anger. Because I feel like the reader was like, basically, you tried me. Because I done told you before, I don't do these kind of readings. I done told you before, you know me. Because this reader is a part of whoever this is that went to the reader. This is someone that they know personally as well. It's not just, you know what I'm saying, like a random person getting a reading from a random reader. This is someone that they actually know each other. They have history with each other, I'm hearing spirit say. Could be family, could be a close friend, somebody in their little spiritual group, whatever. This fury card, I keep shuffling. Whatever that is, that friendship is over. Between that reader and this person who went to a reading on someone in the collective, that friendship is over. Because the reader feels like you tried to put harm's way, basically. But this is a real person, this is a real reader, this is a real divine, intuitive individual. Anything else, spirit? Have a clarify. What does that mean? This reader has helped this person before, some kind of way. Yeah. They have conflict and calm. So,
Okay,
I
fine.
feel like they have a relationship. This may be what this person deems to be like their personal reader, like who they go to every time. Because when they've had conflicts before, this reader has been able to help guide them back into calm. You know what I'm saying? Now, this person could also be asking their friend, their family member, whoever it is that is also tapped in to forgive them. To forgive them. There was There was definitely an argument here. Goal and loss. There was definitely an argument here because the reader actually spoke up and said to this individual, this is what I'm picking up. Take a high reverberate, okay? Now, this reader told this friend, this individual, that you can expect that you are going to have grief. You're going to be sitting out your stress for targeting this individual. You can expect some sort of bereavement. What is this loss? This person is going to experience a lot of loss. It's not just because they went and got a reading. It's because of the reason why they wanted it. Because they wanted information on someone in the collective, so they would have um, information and means to bring some sort of disaster. They wanted to know about your love life because they specifically wanted to bring some sort of a disaster to your love life. That's crazy. We have mask out here. Clarifying loss. Mm, 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 mm. Whoever this is that was attempting to do work and get readings on someone's energy in the collective and trying to send all of this calamity and collapse to your love life, they are now up under some sort of misfortune. This reader told them you are under misfortune. What is this goal? Compromise. You compromise. Ooh, woo. This is a real one here. You compromise. This goal you had to come against this sweetheart divine um individual in the collective, you compromise. This strategizing, not only divine but innocent. This person don't have, like, you don't have no reason to be doing this. That's what I heard. The evidence that you are under karmic justice is playing out with all of this loss and confusion and you up under this misfortune. This reader told them that that is evident that your goal and your strategy, you compromised when you came for that one. You compromised when you came from that one, or came for that one. They told them, I'm telling y'all, I'm tapping in. They told them that we have an apology here. Mm. They told them that you either need to go and apologize. You need to go and apologize, okay? And you need to pray, basically. You need to pray that that apology, if it's sincere, but will help get that off your shoulders that's sitting on top of your head. They told him to go pray. This is giving repentance. That's giving repentance. You need to repent. Damn. Make an offering. Because it's something supernatural playing out in this person's life for coming for somebody in the collective. And that they needed to quit. And they needed to quit. And they needed to stop. This is also a breakdown in this person's intuitive gifts. The person that went to the reading is also experiencing a loss of their intuitive gifts for coming for somebody in the collective. And the thing is, we still got the stubborn card out here. We still got somebody that didn't want to listen out here. So this could be past, present, or future energy, y'all. But it's looking like things are starting to play out now for this person. So they may have done this in the past, and now all of this energy is like the reader told him, all of this energy is coming back. And it feels like it's showing up for this individual right now. It feels like it's present. That part is present. This is a hater, so we're going to see. You know what? We already know they hate it. You know what I want to know? I want to know who is this to the collective. Now we need to uncloak them. Because they're probably not cloaked no how. But we need to uncloak it in the consciousness so the collective will know who that is. Who is this? Okay, I know which they're going to be. I was so tickled because somebody in the Soul Family, when I did the reading the other day, yo, I don't know if you're going to see this one, but girl, you tickled me. When you was talking about the archetype, and you said you was going to throw your phone, that thing tickled me. I laughed at that for about 30 minutes. It was so funny to me. I love my collective. Y'all are hilarious and very loving and very kind, and I appreciate you. All right? And reflecting that good energy back to me. Okay, who is this that has been trying to get information on someone in the collective to bring in disaster towards their love life? Who is this to the collective? You have a third party situation here. So you could be in a relationship with someone that this person either wanted to be with, was with, it could be their ex. It could be your ex. Who is this to the collective that was trying to bring this disaster in? Somebody you ended something with. Somebody you blocked. For some sort of abuse, emotional, mental, physical, spiritual abuse. You ended something, so they started sending energy your way. Yeah, that's what that is. You ended something with this person, so they started sending energy your way. Negative energy, abusive energy, spiritually abusive energy, doing rituals on you and shit. Who is this to the collective? The veil. That's that cloak I was talking about. You had somebody who looks, peaceful enough, pleasant enough, and I'm not just talking about aesthetically. I mean energetically. They look one way, but on the inside, they're a ravenous wolf. They look like a nice guy. They look like somebody who is fair, who is honest. They come off that way. Clarify this behind the veil. And when they go behind the veil, it's a different thing. Gratitude. When you get behind the veil of this person, when you get behind this cloak, when they take off the mask, they're a whole different thing. They're full of evil eyes for everybody. That's somebody. Could be an ex. I saw child. They're childish, or you either have a child with them. And give us more on this person. This is an enemy, somebody who's in opposition to you. A mature man. This is a man, not a masculine. Actual money. What is actual money for? What is actual money for? Who is this to the collective? A family member. Damn. some abandonment here. So this is definitely somebody either you walked away from, or there was an abandonment of the relationship, or they feel abandoned or whatever, child. But somebody you had a family with, now you're out here as a rising star. Let's talk about the rising star. Give us some more energy on the rising star, child.
Yeah, hold on.
Officially. So you are going through multiple upgrades. You are stepping into your divine power and position. Okay? Officially. Manipulation. Clarify. House. Clarify manipulation and house together. We have sweethearts. Your sweetheart. You used to a sweetheart, now you got your elbows and your assholes about it. Okay. Your spirit team is folding somebody up, Achim. Because they're a thief. They're a thief. They're trying to take some energy or send something towards you. They're trying to manipulate your stability. Thank you, spirit. False narrative, lying on you, going and telling people false narratives that you took something from them or something. What is this manipulation and how? Something you were sent it out of. That you was manipulative when y'all was together. That you was manipulative, that you was not a good person when y'all were together, when y'all were in the house with each other. Give me one more on this manipulation in house. Relationship. Damn. They were trying to manipulate your stability. You stepping into this rising star, officially growing in your work, in whatever it is you do, okay, is also bringing in stability for you in a certain way. The spirit team is bringing you into stability. All right, this individual who's feeling like an ex, okay, knows that if they can manipulate your stability and keep you from going into stability, they can keep you from moving and ascending into a new relationship. So there was not only an inquiry about who you're loving, but there was also an inquiry about your money and your stability. Trying to keep you in some sort of bondage and keep you out of stability and love. But this reader told them this is a sweetheart and a healer, and you, sir, are receiving the gift of karma, babes. You, sir, are under karma. You, sir, are going to receive your karma for these actions and consequences, cause and effect. You took actions, and now those actions are about to take action in your life. Say hello to karma. Say hello. Alright. Okay, that's what the energy they sitting in. Saying hello to karma. For their jealousy. They try to keep a starseed, sweetheart, healer in bondage, going to readers and all that. You know what I'm saying? In bondage because they are jealous with your big grown self. And you're a man, and this is coming out feminine for you. This who they're getting the reading on, who in the collective, that's coming out feminine for me. And you a man. You think you're some kind of priest or something? Some kind of preacher or This is somebody that really didn't have no business. You ought not even be over here dabbling in this. Y'all get up in the pulpit and talk about what's witchcraft and what's not, and you got the audacity. It ain't gonna be enough blessed oil in the house for you to get this off you. It ain't gonna be enough blessed oil in the house to get this off you. Shock. Let me shock. This person still lusts for you as well. They're gonna be shocked by it. They're gonna be shocked by it. They were shocked by the message. This reader read them. Read them. Not you, collective. This reader read them. I'm talking about read them good. Judgment. They got angry about it, but they told them they needed to change. Because for one, whoever this is that's going to get in a reading on someone in the collective, they married anyway. I'm gonna put these cards down because sometimes there's some destruction headed towards this person, and it's manifesting. I'm telling you, it's manifesting. It's coming right to their house where they get their Amazon packages. Where you get your Amazon packages, they're coming right to your doorstep. It really is, because this was a divine feminine. This was a divine feminine, and you should have moved on. You should have moved on. You had no business being worried about her love offers. You had no business being worried about her love offers. She is of high honor. But trust this opposition is sent right back to your community, to your family, to you. This is you also, because she's a rising star, so she may be someone who is in social media as well. She may be someone who is on a platform as well. She may be a public speaker. This community card, she's trusted by many, whoever she is, because she's a real one, just like this reader you went to. That's why I've switched up, speaking in terms as if I'm speaking to the person that did this to somebody. That's why I'm speaking in terms as if I'm speaking to you. Because what I just heard Spirit say is trust that this person who created this opposition towards the divine feminine, you in the community. This community, my community. Or you're going to be heard. You're in the YouTube community. You're in the collective. As opposition. Yeah. You gotta have your ass handed to you. This is a star seed. You should have left this alone. You tried to lock someone up from their joy, from their success. You tried to lock her out of her joy, of her right to be blissful, of her right to be successful. You did glamour spells on her looks. Love spell. Shabba. are divinely protected, as I'm sure you know. All right. So take this message how it reverberates, for who it reverberates for. If it does not reverberate, that is so okay. Right? That's okay that it does not reverberate for you. All right? Leave it for someone else who it does, who needs to know or wants to know who this was that was sending this energy. Some eggs. A man. Okay? Somebody in your family or somebody you once had a family with, you were in a relationship with. Okay? Thank you so much for tapping in. I love you guys so much. Um, I'm gonna be dropping a few videos today, so make sure you are commenting. Hit the like button for your girl. Hype it up. So whoever needs to hear it in the collective can hear it as well. Okay, and that helps it get out into the algorithm, catch hold to it, and do its thing. All right. Um, if you are listening to me for the first time or you're seeing me for the first time, first off, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, subscribe if you would like to and be a part of our community here. For all of my returning viewers, my subscribers, my Starseed family, thank you so much for your support, for your loving words, for your emails. I enjoy it all and I appreciate it all, okay? Um, all of your super chats and super things. For those of you who send donations and gifts into the PayPal, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. For those of you who are booking your readings, everything, thank you so much for that. I also appreciate you for that as well, for all of your support. Um, if you need a reading, okay, information is in the description. Jump over to the website and book your reading and we'll get it taken care of for you. What else, Spirit? Anything else I need to say before I go? I think that's it, y'all. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you on the next one. Peace, family.
I am a filmmaker, a drummer, a creative. I love to layer things up, hand-drawn, brush strokes, funk, aesthetics. I am Antoni Sendra. I'm always experimenting.
Collective, there is a group that is made of couples, a friend group, and each individual in the group belong to a couple, a relationship, okay? Um, there's something going on in this group. There's one couple in the group of couples that is like seen as the leader or the leading couple of the group. I don't know what this is. But there's something going on. There's something being revealed. Now you could have been connected to one of the individuals that's a part of this group. Um, I feel like you have distanced yourself from this person, but there's something going on in the group. I feel like they may be under judgment. I feel like this individual who belongs to the group, who also belongs to, who is a partner of one of the couples, right? I feel feel like this individual may be trying to come back towards you because there's something that has gone awry with the group. I feel like they're under judgment. Okay, and I don't know what for. So I'm gonna break this down and see what it is Spirit wants you to know concerning this individual that you may have been connected to, and it may have not been known to you that they are a part of some sort of, I don't know, group of weirdos. Shit. I mean, that's what it's given. I mean, I don't know. But I got my cards mixed up here, so I'm gonna try to straighten this out real quick, and then we're gonna see what's going on and what it is Spirit wants you to know. Okay? Now, I am seeing side hustle. I have long distance. I have truth revealed and side hustle. So I feel like this group could collaborate in some way that's like a way they get money, or a way that they get ahead, or anything of that sort. Okay, so you could have been a target by this single individual who you knew or know of. But there's some changes that are taking place as I'm looking at the death card when I put those back. All right. I want to see what's going on with this group. What is the group about? Because it feels a little bit organized, but it doesn't feel like on a large scale, though. Okay, this could be a group of people in your community, in your neighborhood, in your town, in your state, or it could be someone that you just know of that operates in this small group of couples, and they're on weird shit. Okay, maybe they wanted you to participate in it. Maybe you told them hell no, or maybe you showed them hell no by distancing yourself. Okay. All right. I think that's all of the cards that don't belong listed. All right. Let's see. What is this group about? Nope. As I split it to one, Queen of Swords. You definitely established some clear boundaries. You established some clear boundaries with the individual that you knew. Alright, I think that's all of it. What's going on with this group, Spirit? What's going on with this group? Why are you bringing up the group? Why is the group? They must have some sort of allegiance. What is this allegiance they have? Quagmire. They're in a quagmire. They're in some sort of a quagmire, okay? Entrapment. Okay, they may come together to entrap people. This group of people could feel trapped or set up by the main couple. Tell us more. Gift, reward, incentive. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is a group like a group of people who set up or entrap people to receive some sort of reward or incentive. What is the reward? Now, I'm seeing, I got to take that out, because this could be a family member, more importantly, more specifically, a witchy sister. We'll sit that to the side. I think that's relevant. Okay. They're part of some sort of organization. All right? They're part of some sort of group. And they receive some sort of incentive for entrapping people. Intuition. So this is giving culty. It's giving culty. You may have a sister, a sibling, a witchy sister. Could be someone you consider to be a sister, or could be a biological sister. That's a part of a cult. I don't know if you knew that. They set up people for their spiritual gift, or they receive some sort of, they have to entrap people to receive, to move up the ranks and spiritual gifts. Oh, this witchy sister has some sort of guilt or remorse. This witchy sister could also be seen as part of the leadership of this group, or they regret following the leadership of this group. But there's regret, guilt, and remorse here. Well, tell me more about this group. Unconditional love. They're definitely very committed. It's given cold. It's given that part of the allegiance they have with each other is that the group comes before family, the group comes before friends. Nobody is off the chopping block for entrapment if it's for the betterment of the group, which is some scary shit. I'm just saying. Intellectual theft. This could be polyamorous. This could be sex cult. Third party. The woman, they sleep with each other. Wow. I was feeling that, but I didn't really know. But they sleep across the aisle. They are coupled, but so it could be a sex cult of some sort. What is this intellectual property? Money. This is how they make money. Tell me more about the intellectual property. Finance blockages. This is how they steal. This doesn't necessarily have to just be money. It could also be energy in which they create intellectual property with, or they create tangible resources with. Shit. All right, tell me about this, the head couple. What's going on with the head couple? Because I feel like this head couple is in some sort of isolation. This whole little shindig they had going on here possibly, very possibly, has collapsed. Okay? This whole allegiance has collapsed. This couple, the head couple, is in some sort of isolation. Or this witchy sister has been isolated from this group. Tell me more about this head couple. Fear. No, something hit their ass. Something hit their ass. Now the witchy sister could be the one sitting in guilt and remorse. But this couple is sitting in some sort of isolation, abandonment, alone. Fear. What are they fearing? Aries. Something is, I heard attacking. I look at Aries as among all the other things that it means, you know, when it comes to astrology. But when it comes to the energies, I look at Aries as the warrior and Mars as the warfare. That's how I look at it. Someone is an Aries. Someone in this couple is an Aries. This witchy sister could be an Aries. You could be an Aries. But there's something at war. There's something fighting. This is the quagmire. Okay? I'm hearing that the
trap they laid is the trap they have now been ensnared in. Tell us more about this couple. Okay, it landed over here, way over here, on long distance, truth reveal, and side hustle. I didn't show y'all those three cars, did I? Let me show them to you. Okay. All right. Long distance, truth revealed, side hustle. Now something fell from way over here to way over there, and I don't know what it is yet. We're gonna see. Corruption, bribe, coercion. They might be under some sort of investigation. They're being seen as corrupt. Something definitely is warring. They're warring with something. I feel something. And I mean, it could be an investigation in the earth, but I feel like this is spiritual. I feel like they're being recompassed for the entrapment, and the truth is coming out about them. This could be a cult who works some sort of chaos magic. That chaos magic has backfired. Tell us more. Lover. Lover. What is this lover? Who is this lover? Why is this coming up for the couple? Illusionist. I feel like this one of the people who is a part of the lead coupleship of this ring of couples, maybe someone that you have been connected to in the past. I feel like this individual wants to come back towards you and cast some sort of illusion. Yeah, for the purpose of doing some sort of energy work. Because something has unexpectedly taken place. Ooh, got Libra behind it. Okay. It could be a Libra. I feel like they're coming back towards you again because they wanted to victimize you. I feel like you may have dealt with a lot of challenges or had to overcome a lot of things because of this individual, this one particular person that you knew, but you may not have known that they were a part of this little shindig that they got going on here for themselves. Yeah, you've been healing. I love it. All right, because I'm ready to lead into the single individual that's coming towards the collective. What is this? Tell us more about what this person wants. This person could be a Sagittarius. You could be a Sagittarius. This is a charlatan. And they're literally, and it landed on the quagmire. So they're in a quagmire, but they're also coming back to you to help them get out of the quagmire. I don't know whether it's financially, I don't know if it's energetically, you know, it could be both, honestly. But this person is a charlatan, deceptive, trickster, fraud. Tell me more. What does this individual want? They want your spiritual gift. Gifts. They want your spiritual gifts. You're showing up independent, intelligent, fearless, strong, silent, and mysterious, and they want to get out of that energy, put you back in the energy of, or put you in the energy of scarcity. For some of you, it will be back, because partly when you knew this person before, you may have had to overcome some things, okay? But you're being seen as someone who is definitely has overcome and healed a lot. And very fearless, very strong, very even silent. You're not talking. You're not talking too much about what you've gone through. But you did break off from this person, whether you knew about the group or not. I'm
mean, you could have known about it, and that's why you broke off. You ain't want no parts of that shit. I don't blame you. Okay. Was it your cup of tea? You could have been a part of this and moved away from it. But that doesn't have to be the case for everyone. Of course, it's not going to be. They want to put you in some sort of scarcity. You might have been a part of it because you have knowledge. You have some knowledge about what takes place behind these closed doors. You have knowledge about the bindings that they do, the bad habits, the karmic energies, the traps that they set. I feel like you also, if that is not the case, you also have the knowledge that this person does want to come towards you for the purposes of attaching themselves to you or creating some toxic cord. This person has karmic energies. Yeah. Libra, the victim and away from this whole quarantine house. Your energy.
Not sure if she's praying. That's right there.
Same as it was as when you knew this person. So whatever plot they're plotting it with past knowledge of you. They don't know the new you. Okay? This empowered you. This you that knows you have the power to shut shit down. They don't know that you. Out via some sort of internet, computers, technology, phone call, messages, emails. What about the judgment that they're under? Clarify the witch's sister. She's still out here talking about,
sister is the source of the spell work. Your sister is the source of the black magic. Your sister is the source of the curse. Your sister is the source of the hex. Confirmation.
Fucking stress me the fuck out, crowd.
And she's being seen as a liar. Somebody could have asked about, could have asked your sister. If she said no, you're out. There's guilt, there's remorse, there's regret. They are in deep shit for this. And I'm telling you now because the source is showing up with the deity, the creator, the divine, the supreme. This is who you belong to. This is who you belong to. Crazy. Runner, avoidant, escape. Somebody trying to run now. They trying to run. They trying to get out of Dodge. Mm, 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 mm. What I want to know more about what they're going through. Somebody's coming back towards you because they still have intention to harm you. Could be with your sister. I told you that this allegiance that they have is one unconditional love. We love each other. We have to love each other outside of our family. I don't know why I'm picking up that they may have some sort of I don't know if this is Christian-based cult type energy. I don't know that, but it's like they're using that scripture where when Jesus was told that his mother was asking for him or something like that, and his mother came to him, he was trying to talk to him about some shit, and Jesus said, "Who is my mother? Who is my brother? Who is, you know what I mean? Who is my sister? But then to do the will of my Father." Remember that one? It feels like this is maybe one of their precepts. So they are aligning with each other over blood, over family, friend. I mean, they are thick as thieves, is what I heard. Somebody could be an Aquarius. You could be an Aquarius. There is access here. I don't know what the access is to. They want access. They want access. They may have tried to gain access back in Aquarius season. They may have tried to come towards you in Aquarius season, January 21st between February 19th of this year. They may have tried to lay some sort of chaos magic. They regret that. They tried to access you again. Oh, wow. Intent to harm. They sent some chaos magic someone's way to try to access you again or to gain access to your energy again back in January 21st to February 19th. We have drugs here, so drugs could be involved with this. It has something to do with some sort of fraud. I his sister is an Aquarius. If that's not past energy, like it took place in Aquarius season, there may be some sort of intent to come back in and gain access or to plug you back into this magic, this spell work, this black magic by drugging you some sort of way. Don't smoke with nobody. Because you're divine. If you do anything, the most you might do is roll up some trees. You definitely ain't drinking no lean. But if you are on some sort of prescription, don't leave your prescription around available for nobody to switch out nothing. If you have your prescriptions inside of your vanity in your bathroom, because you may live by yourself, but then this witchy sister may come and she may know that and try to switch out something, okay? Watch what you drink, who you drink from, what you eat, who you eat from. I feel like Spirit is bringing this message as a warning, because you may not be thinking or wanting to believe that it's coming from your sister. Your sister has some sort of contract that she is under. She is obligated herself. Stalker, spy, surveil, invasion of privacy. And see, this is what I mean. To be on the safe side, if this message reverberates with you, keep your sister out your house. Poison you can make the sun. There's an attempt to poison somebody. There's a plan. And the way he's pointing is like a target. Community come. For the benefit of the community. This person has been drinking from the cesspool of this community's energy. In other words, this is no longer your sister. They've attempted to do some sort of an ugly spell on you because you have this alluring quality about you. You're very beautiful. Okay, you're very attractive. You're very enticing. So then we have the ugly spell here. So if you've been experiencing that, that is coming from your sister and this puss-ass coat. I'm sorry. I really one of the people that just kind of call it as I see it, and if I don't call it as I see it, then I tend to be kind of quiet on things unless I can call it as I see it. But I try to, tone it down for the internet. There's something about money. Your abundance, your divine inheritance, your good fortune is being heavily guarded, and your spirit team is sending this message to you. One, to confirm that for you, but also to not that this is bad energy. This is good energy. This is your spirit team doing their job. Okay? And that's always good energy. These people's intentions might not be good. Now, you know what I mean? You know, it's like, you know what I'm saying? You're being divinely protected. Someone may have been on the fence as to whether it could be coming from that way. This is confirmation. Give us some high energy, elevated energy for the divine one. May reverberate with this message. Radical acceptance. Embrace non-judgment, release control. You really don't have to do nothing, okay? Besides be aware and protect yourself. You're getting ready to receive something that is a blessing, that is beautiful energy for you. I feel like your spirit team wants you to stay focused on that energy. They did want you to know this, because I feel like there's still some sort of future plot here. But at the same time, the important for you, the important thing is to get ready to receive more overflow. Tell me more. Forgive, release. Is it time to release or heal? Yeah, more healing, more growth, more abundance for you. Release so that you can receive more. Okay? Release this sister. Fierce. Stand in your power. You're going through a rebirth right now, or you've already gone through. This is giving me Cancer energy. It could be a Cancer. Metamorphosis, new beginnings. There's something being released to you, so stay open to what the divine is releasing to you. Knowing that this shit is on the background, they'll be all right, because they don't go to check for themselves if they ask them cash. Okay, but that's between them and the creator that's showing up for you, and it's between them and the spiritual protector that's ready to, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because what is that, a Doberman? I don't know what that is, but it's showing its teeth like you're ready to tell a new hole into somebody. So they got you. You, on the other hand, stay in this receiving energy. That is where your power is. Okay, stand in your power, knowing that you have experienced a divine rebirth, a powerful rebirth, and you're stepping into this new beginning, and it's manifesting for you. Okay. Yeah. And you got some seraphim too. Woo. Woo. There's some seraphim that's guarded the gate, I heard. I'm gonna get to the angel gate now. I'm gonna go with that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, dang with that now. I want to see what's going on. Let's see who's showing up for you. Guardians, protectors. Ooh. Angelic. Is angelically showing up for the divine one who reverberates with this message. What angels are showing up? We have seraphim here. What angels are showing up, sweetie? On the bottom of the deck, we have Mibahaya, eternal God, intellectual lucidity, provides consolation and compensations. Let's see. Queen of Pentacles energy. You're manifesting abundance for yourself. She's making sure that your abundance is coming through to you. If they're trying to do these finance blockages and all that, that's not going to happen. That's not going to work, okay? EIL, God, the pleasure of man's children. Transformation gives consolation in adversity. Transformation gives consolation in adversity. Eight of Cups. Ariel, the comforting God, purification, protection from impious religious sentiments. Okay, so this is the religious, haughty-headed ass. Okay. Oh my gosh. You're being purified from any energy as you're walking away. You're being purified, you're being comforted. Didn't I say that you're being cleansed? You've been cleansed. You're being consoled through your adversity. Raphael is here. God has healed. God, yeah. Yep. Healing heals all disorders, protects travelers and medical workers. A lot of angelic beings that are here to help you walk out of this, whatever took place in the past or whatever they're still trying to do, you will escape it. But I feel like if you've gone through some things in the past, which I feel that is very possible, because Spirit is saying, you know, for someone, it's coming from the sister you think it's coming from. You don't want to think it's coming from there, but it's coming from there, right? But you've walked away. You were comforted during it, the challenges. You alchemized it, and Raphael is showing up to complete your healing. This is why they want you to stay in this spiritually receptive energy, because you are going through this rebirth, or have gone through this rebirth, okay? Manifestations of new beginnings are here. Give me one more. Aniel, okay. Cynthia, construction of the universe, help with great works, protection from adversity. Mahasaya, rectification, helps one live in peace with everyone. And Aniel, breaking the circle, lifts opposing barriers, brings victory. Yeah. We're going down. They're going down. So you just, you know, continue to be empowered to receive healing, to receive your manifestations, your rebirth. Good energies all around for you. You have over to all of my returning subscribers, my soul family. I love you guys. I appreciate your support always. And I will see you all on the next one.
You may ask yourself, where did bitcoins come from? Bitcoins aren't printed out by traditional money. They're mined out of the system. A miner is just a person with a computer that runs a mining program on it. The reason it's called mining is because, just like any other natural
or something like that. So the divine has sent in some sort of backup or but let's just go ahead and get into this Five of Swords energy with the Five of Wands at the bottom of the deck here. It does talk about competition, conflicts, disputes amongst individuals, disagreements among individuals here. People trying to strategically navigate here. Maybe they're being a little cautious as to not make any mistakes slip up, possibly say anything or the wrong thing around something about palladium. So just take what resonates and leave what doesn't here. Um, so yeah, the strength energy here, people that are in power are also, because the strength talks about people in power, the controller energy here, people that once were in a power position, doesn't have to say in power, they are all afraid of whoever this divine feminine or masculine energy that is rose to the occasion. It's kind of like they're showing me like a mummified energy, like Egyptian. I see a tomb like the how they used to bury, I don't want to say bury us, so you don't know your background. And so when you lift the tomb up, it stands up like this, right? And so that's what I just saw is that the tomb stood up like this. So whoever you are, you may have that background. I do know my background, so people get offended and get so you're not this and your energy, but I do know my background, so you don't. So just take what resonates here, but whoever it is, maybe that is the conflicting energy in the Five of Swords energy here, where you reign from, and I heard Cain. So just take what resonates here. There's something about Cain in this energy here. So Cain may be that's Cain and Lilith energy. So someone here, maybe you came from. Let's not just go into that, okay? So just know, maybe there's a sibling or someone that does not like you, Cain and Abel energy, but I heard Cain and Lilith. So just take what resonates. There's a conflict in that energy surrounding whoever you are. Cain may be your relative or someone here that is jealous of you. Maybe they're the fugitive type energy here. Someone trying to lure you to your demise here because they don't agree with you being in your divinity here. It's scary that you stepped into this energy. So let me go back into, because I'm getting a lot of downloads. So I'm going to go back into the shrimp energy when it comes to whoever you are. Now with the shrimp energy, it talks about your energy. So your energy is very powerful. Your roar is very loud. Whoever you are, the lioness, the lion energy is what I'm picking up on. People, you may also have people in power, because the shrimp energy talks about people in a power position enjoying power over someone, but they can no longer manipulate an energy because someone has stepped fully into their power with the Hierophant energy coming out. Again, that is strength of the gods, the strength of the gods, or you have the backing of God and gods. It depends on what you, what your whatever it is that you believe, your belief system. Seven of Wands energy, they're telling me your belief system. So whatever your belief system is here, you have people that may be in a power position or where you are to just step into that divinity energy. It's kind of like you're walking into realms, what they're showing me with the Hierophant energy, because they're kind of putting it like in a, it kind of represents Chinese, something like this. And it would be like a doorway or something. It's like, and it gives me like the Chinese like zodiac or architectural, like, you know how there are things, it's like this. It's like a doorway. It's like, I'm sorry y'all, I don't have my board. Let me get my board, y'all. Maybe I can draw it for you, and under kind of like, but you get what I mean, right? With it's like the doorway or something like this. It's like go up, and then it comes down like this. So it gives me like a doorway. So whatever it is saying that people that once enjoyed like this sort of power over you, or that could manipulate you, are now in fear of you stepping into your full divinity, your power. They cannot control your power. They cannot control whoever you are. That's a conflict because you are a challenge, or you're challenging the status quo about Swords energy, and you have people in power, possibly, or people that try to enjoy some sort of power over you here, afraid of your power, and your roar. Your roar represents your voice. So something in your voice here, and I heard something about aesthetic. Okay, so just take what resonates from that aesthetic energy, and I'm gonna get back into that. And so again, the strength, the divine masculine feminine energy, the Hierophant, you level up. You have people that are in a diplomatic energy, that have diplomas, in a Hierophant strength energy. These are people that were once able to manipulate, control you, educating themselves on you, in fear of your education. Where did you get your education from? Your studies or something like that here?
expertise. Study hands-free with audio summaries and audio questions.
They should have never did something. Okay, that's what I'm getting. Okay. Not one's energy is talking about the hidden enemy here.
Hi there. God bless you. My name is Amel, and here is Prophetic Intercession with Amel. It's always an honor and a great privilege to be in a position where I get to bring you prophetic messages from the Lord. If this is the first time you're coming across my channel, a special welcome to you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I pray that God will use this channel to minister to you, tell you His mind, and help you to live even better for yourself in the name of Jesus. If you are a returning subscriber, you already know that you have my heart. I love you, and I am always praying for you. The Lord gave me a prophetic word for someone. It is actually a warning. God is warning you about your appearance. Stop ignoring this. God is warning you about your appearance. Stop ignoring this. Now you have to listen to this prophetic word carefully, because this message may not be what you expect. When God speaks about your appearance, He's not talking about superficial beauty or impressing people. No. God is not concerned with worldly standards or outward glamour. But the Lord does care about how you present yourself as His representative. Because your appearance, your presence, your attitude, your spirit, and even the way you carry yourself can either reflect the light of God or distract from it. And the Lord says, some of you have been ignoring a quiet conviction, but He has been placing it in your heart. You have sensed it, you have felt it, but you kept pushing it aside. Scripture tells us the book of 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 7, it says, man looks at the Hi there, God bless you. My name is Amel, and right here is Prophetic Intercession with Amel. It's always an honor and a great privilege for me to be in a position where I get to bring you prophetic messages from the Lord. If this is the first time you're coming across my channel, a special welcome to you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I pray that God will use this channel to minister to you, tell you His mind, and help you live even better for yourself in the name of Jesus. If you are a returning subscriber, you already know that you have my heart. I love you, and I am always praying for you. The Lord gave me a prophetic word for someone. He says, I should warn you, a shy man will call you and say these exact words to you. A new title is being released. This is a very specific word the Lord placed in my heart for someone right now. This message may sound unusual, but the Spirit of the Lord says someone listening will immediately feel confirmation in their spirit. This is because recently God has been preparing you for this. A shift that involves recognition, responsibility, and elevation. But before that change becomes visible, the Lord says He wants to send a warning so that you will recognize the moment when it arrives. Sometimes God moves in ways that appear small at first. A conversation, a message, a phone call. But inside that small moment is the beginning of something huge, something much more bigger. Scripture tells us in the book of Zechariah chapter 4 and verse 10, it says, "Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin." The Lord says a moment like that is approaching. For someone listening to the sound of my voice, there will be a call, a conversation initiated by someone who is naturally reserved, quiet, or hesitant. This person may not be someone who speaks boldly or confidently all the time. In fact, their personality may seem shy and cautious. But the Lord says when this person reaches out, the words they speak will carry unexpected importance. Because through that conversation, something significant will be introduced into your life. A new title. When God talks about a new title, He is speaking about a change in how you are recognized or positioned. It could be in your work, it could be in your ministry, it could be in your calling, where people begin to acknowledge what God has already placed inside of you. The Bible shows us many moments where God elevated someone and gave them a new identity and position. Joseph was from a prisoner to a governor. David went from shepherd to king. Esther went from orphan to queen. Each of those transitions involved a moment where their identity shifted publicly. And the Lord says someone listening to this message is approaching a similar moment. Birth, the process may begin quietly. The person who contacts you may speak with hesitation. They may even seem unsure about how to represent what they are offering and suggesting. But the Spirit of the Lord says, do not dismiss that moment. Because sometimes the people God uses to deliver opportunity are not the loudest voice in the room. Sometimes they are the ones who speak softly but carry divine assignment. Scripture tells us in the book of 1 Samuel chapter 16 and verse 22, chapter 16 from verse 12 to 13, that when David was anointed, many people overlooked him at first. He was not the obvious choice. But God saw what others did not see. And when the garment came, David was suddenly recognized for who he truly was. The Lord says, some of you have been in seasons where your gifts were underestimated and overlooked. People saw only a portion of what you carry. They did not fully understand your potential. But God has the reason for being overlooked, and it's coming to an end. You may even question whether you are ready. But remember this, God never releases the title without also providing the grace to carry it. When Moses was called to lead the Israelites, he initially felt unqualified. When Jeremiah was called to be a prophet, he said he was too young. When Gideon was called to lead an army, he believed he was the weakest in his family. Yet God equipped every one of them. The Lord says, if this opportunity is placed in front of you, it will not blind you, and it will be confirmation of what God has been preparing for you for. But here is the warning. What God wants you to hear today. Do not allow fear or self-doubt to make you step back from what God is presenting. Sometimes when promotions appear unexpectedly, people hesitate because they feel unprepared. But God says you are more than ready. No, you are more ready than you really think. Your experience have been shaping you. Your struggles have been strengthening you. Your quiet seasons have been teaching you wisdom. And now, the lessons will begin to serve a greater purpose. Scripture tells us in the book of Proverbs chapter 18 and verse 16, it says, a person gives, makes room for them and brings them before great people. The gift God placed inside you are about to create space that did not exist before. Doors will open to you, conversations will begin to happen, people will begin to see your value more clearly. And the Lord says when the moment arrives, remember to remain humble and grateful, because the purpose of elevation is not personal pride, it is greater impact. Hallelujah. Did you receive this word with gladness? The Lord bless you, keep you, cause his face to shine upon you. The Lord be gracious to you and give you peace. His shalom will be missing, nothing broken. In Jesus' mighty name, amen.
Chosen one, wealth is coming. I repeat, wealth is coming. Chosen one, you are not here by accident. This moment was arranged by heaven with precision. What you are hearing right now is not random content. It is a divine appointment, a signal that you are standing at the edge of something supernatural. I see you. You have worked hard, spoken little, and yet no one listened. You carried ideas others ignored. You knew deep inside that you were not ordinary, but you lacked the power, the platform, the proof to make them believe. You have been overlooked in conversations, dismissed because you didn't have money, labeled a dreamer, told you were unrealistic, told to be quiet and stay in your place. And still you endured, not because you were weak, but because you were being prepared. Chosen one. This is not just about money. Wealth is coming as restoration, as authority, as alignment. Heaven has seen your effort. God has counted every silent sacrifice. And now you are approaching a moment of sudden elevation, just as it is written. The vision waits for its appointed time, but it will surely come. But hear this carefully. When wealth comes, silence must become your protection. You were silent when you had nothing, and you will remain silent when you have everything. Stay with me. What you are about to hear will prepare you for what is coming and protect what heaven is releasing. Subscribe now so we stay connected, and comment 777 as agreement, not for performance, but as confirmation that you will listen until the end and allow God's wisdom to settle deep into your spirit. Chosen one, hear this carefully. Sudden wealth does not arrive as a reward for intelligence alone, nor as proof that someone is better than others. More often it arrives without warning before the soul has fully adjusted to carrying weight. I have watched people step into abundance too quickly and crumble under the pressure of attention, expectation, and noise. Heaven does not release increase casually, and when it does, it watches closely to see how you carry it. When wealth comes, the first test is not how much you make, but how loudly you announce it. There is a temptation to speak too soon to prove something to people who once doubted you, to finally be seen by those who overlooked you. I understand that urge. I felt it myself. After years of being ignored, there is a voice inside that wants to say, "Look at me now." But Chosen One revelation taught me this. The loudest season often comes right before the greatest loss. Silence is not weakness. Silence is wisdom. There are moments when God hides you not because you are unworthy, but because what you carry is valuable. Just as seeds grow best underground, wealth grows safest in privacy. I have seen people confuse kindness with wisdom, generosity with obedience. They gave too much too fast to too many people who were never assigned to steward their blessing. Their hearts were good, but their discernment was undeveloped, and the cost was heavier than money alone. Families fractured, peace evaporated, purpose blurred. Chosen One. When heaven elevates you, it does not send an announcement to your entire circle. It sends instruction to your spirit. The moment wealth touches your hands, new eyes begin watching you. Some with curiosity, some with expectation, some with hidden resentment. Money does not change people. It reveals what was already inside them. I learned that the hard way. The same smile that once cheered for you can quietly turn into entitlement when they believe you now owe them access. This is why privacy becomes sacred ground. Not secrecy rooted in fear, but discretion rooted in clarity. There are seasons where God says, "Tell no one." Even miracles were often followed by silence before they were revealed. Not every blessing is meant to be public. Not every increase is meant to be explained. Silence protects timing. Silence protects relationships. Silence protects your mind from being pulled in 100 directions by voices that were never qualified to advise you. I want to speak plainly to you, Chosen One. When people sense that you have access to resources, they do not only come with needs, they come with ideas, expectations, plans, and pressure. Some will believe your money belongs to the group because they remember you from before. Others will minimize your discipline and say you were just lucky. And if you are not anchored, you will start making decisions from guilt instead of guidance. The fastest way I have seen relationships collapse is through unwise financial access. Lending money blurs boundaries. It shifts power. It changes dynamics in ways people rarely recover from. I had to learn that helping does not always mean handing over cash. Sometimes helping is saying no and allowing people to grow. That decision felt cruel at first, but it preserved more peace than I ever expected. Boundaries are not rejection, they are protection. Another trap appears when wealth removes urgency from your life. When you no longer have to work, boredom creeps in quietly. And boredom with money is dangerous. I have seen people rush into businesses they did not understand, investments they did not research, and lifestyles they could not sustain. Not because they were foolish, but because they lost structure. Work is not just about income. It is about rhythm, purpose, grounding. When you stop working entirely, your mind turns inward, and spending becomes entertainment. Chosen One, hear this wisdom. Normalcy is a shield. Keeping parts of your life steady gives your spirit time to adjust to increase. There is a reason the vision waits for its appointed time. Wealth is not just an addition to your life. It is a change in environment. And environments require adaptation. Those who rush to transform everything at once often stabilize themselves without realizing it. Debt is another silent thief. I know the thought comes, I am rich now, why worry about old obligations? But high-interest debt eats silently. It drains energy and clarity. Clearing it is not about fear, it is about freedom. Paying it off is like removing weight from your soul. Once that weight is gone, decisions become clearer and peace returns quickly. It is one of the most overlooked acts of wisdom when abundance arrives. Chosen. One wealth is not meant to be consumed, it is meant to be stewarded. Those who remain free understand this principle deeply. Never destroy the source to enjoy the outcome. True freedom is not luxury, it is choice. It is waking up without being forced into environments that drain your spirit. I reached a point where I realized money was not about owning more things. It was about owning my time, my energy, and my peace. This is why heaven teaches patience before visibility structure, before expansion, and silence before celebration. You were trained in lack, so you would not be corrupted by abundance. You were overlooked, so you would not become addicted to applause. You learned restraint long before you ever touched increase. And now, chosen one, you stand at the threshold. What is coming requires maturity, not noise, discernment, not announcement, stillness, not spectacle. This is not the season to prove anything. This is the season to protect everything. Chosen one, I want you to understand this at a deeper level now. When heaven begins to shift your financial atmosphere, the first thing that changes is not your bank account, it is your perception. Suddenly you notice patterns you once ignored. You sense tension in conversations that used to feel light. You feel a quiet pull to step back to observe instead of explain. That is not paranoia. That is discernment waking up. There is a reason God does not reveal everything at once. Sudden wealth carries spiritual weight. It amplifies what is already present in your life. If there is confusion, it becomes louder. If there is insecurity, it surfaces faster. And if there is wisdom, it begins to speak more clearly than ever before. I remember the first season when increase came my way. Nothing dramatic on the outside, but internally, everything shifted. I became more aware of how easily energy leaks when you talk too much to the wrong people. Chosen one. Not everyone who claps for you is celebrating your destiny. Some are measuring what they can access. Others are quietly calculating how close they need to stay. And some, without even realizing it, begin to feel small in your presence. This is why silence is not punishment, it is filtration. When you speak less, you give people space to reveal themselves. You were trained in seasons where your voice carried no authority. People talked over you, interrupted you, dismissed your ideas. At the time it felt unfair, but now you can see the wisdom in it. God was teaching you how to be comfortable without validation, how to hold truth without needing agreement. That training becomes priceless when wealth arrives because money attracts opinions the same way light attracts insects. I have seen this happen repeatedly. The moment someone senses you have resources, they come with advice they never earned the right to give. They tell you where to invest, what to buy, how to live, who to support. And if you are not anchored, you begin to doubt your own instincts. Silence protects your inner authority. It keeps your decisions aligned with wisdom instead of noise. Chosen one. There is a difference between generosity and access. Heaven loves a generous heart, but it never commands open gates without discernment. Even sacred spaces had veils. Even kings had inner courts. Not everyone is meant to walk with you into your next level. Some were assigned to the old version of you, the struggling version, the accessible version. When you elevate, roles shift, and that shift can feel uncomfortable if you do not understand it. I had to learn that saying no when I gave out of habit, not guidance. I helped because I remembered what it felt like to lack. But over time I noticed something subtle. The more I rescued people financially, the less responsibility they took for their own growth. My silence eventually taught them more than my money ever could. That realization changed the way I stewarded both relationships and resources. Chosen One Wealth also tests your identity. For years, your value was measured by how much you endured, how much you sacrificed, how much you gave without receiving. When abundance comes, there is a temptation to replace suffering with spending, to prove that the pain meant something. But the truth is, your pain already served its purpose. You do not need to justify it with purchases or displays. Real wealth is quiet confidence. It is knowing you can walk away from situations that drain you. It is choosing peace over proving a point. It is understanding that freedom is not about what you own, but what no longer owns you. I reached a moment where I realized I did not want more attention. I wanted more clarity, and clarity only comes when you reduce noise. There is also a season where God asks you to keep your routines normal, even when your resources are not. That is not denial. That is grounding. Stability keeps your nervous system regulated. It prevents impulsive decisions that feel exciting in the moment, but destructive in the long term. I have watched people dismantle their lives trying to upgrade everything at once. New house, new car, new lifestyle, new circle. And within a short time, the pressure becomes unbearable. Chosen One. Wisdom moves slowly, even when money moves fast. There is power in waiting. There is strength in processing. There is safety in letting your spirit catch up with your circumstances. Debt obligations, unfinished responsibilities from your old life do not disappear just because money arrives. Clearing them intentionally creates space for peace. It is not about fear. It is about alignment. Another truth you must hear is this: boredom is one of the most dangerous emotions for someone with resources. When the struggle disappears, the mind searches for stimulation, and without purpose, spending becomes a substitute for meaning. This is why staying engaged, staying productive, staying connected to something that challenges you is essential. Work, in this sense, is not punishment. It is preservation. Chosen One. I am not speaking theory to you. I am speaking from observation, from mistakes, from seasons where I had to unlearn what culture taught me about success. Money does not fix identity, it exposes it. If your sense of self is not rooted, wealth will pull you in directions you never intended to go. Silence helps you hear yourself again. There is also a spiritual law at work here. The closer you get to breakthrough, the fewer people can walk with you. Not because you are better, but because the altitude changes. Pressure changes. Expectations change. This is why Jesus often withdrew after miracles. Not to hide, but to realign. Not to reject people, but to protect timing. Chosen One. This is not the season to explain your moves. It is the season to move correctly. You do not owe anyone a preview of what God is building in private. Some things grow best when they are unseen. Some victories are strongest when they are revealed only after they are secured. You were silent when you had nothing because no one listened. Now you will be silent because you understand. There is a difference. One silence was imposed. This silence is chosen, and it carries authority. As wealth approaches your life, let stillness become your companion. Let discernment guide your conversations. Let wisdom determine who gets access, who gets information, and who stays at a distance. You are not withdrawing from love. You are positioning yourself for longevity. Chosen One, what is coming is real, and it requires maturity, not excitement, not announcement, but stewardship. Silence is not hiding your blessing. Silence is how you keep it. Chosen one. There is another layer you must understand as wealth draws nearer, and it is one most people never see until it costs them deeply. When resources increase, spiritual pressure increases with it. Not because God is testing you out of cruelty, but because expansion always attracts attention in realms both seen and unseen. This is why silence is not only practical wisdom, it is spiritual armor. There is a moment that comes right before elevation, where old voices return. People who once dismissed you suddenly remember you. Conversations reopen, invitations appear. Compliments feel warmer than before. At first it feels like validation, but discernment will tell you something else is happening. Your season is shifting and access is being renegotiated. Silence allows you to observe without committing. It gives you time to sense whether the reconnection is aligned or opportunistic. Chosen one. Not everyone who supported you in survival is meant to walk with you in abundance. Some people were assigned to teach you endurance, not stewardship. Others were placed in your life to show you what loyalty looks like when there is nothing to gain. Wealth changes the terms of every relationship, whether people admit it or not. And if you do not manage that shift carefully, confusion will enter quietly. I remember a season when my circumstances began to change, and suddenly I felt pressure to explain myself. Why I made certain choices, why I was unavailable, why I no longer tolerated certain behaviors. At first I tried to justify it. I thought clarity would preserve peace, but instead it invited debate. Silence would have preserved far more. Explanation often invites entitlement. Stillness preserves authority. Chosen one. You do not owe people access to your growth process. You do not owe them a breakdown of your plans. You do not owe them transparency about what God is building in you. Even Joseph did not share his full destiny without consequence. Dreams spoken too early can attract misunderstanding, jealousy, and resistance. Timing matters more than truth in seasons of transition. Another truth that must be spoken plainly is this: wealth reveals motives not just in others, but in you. There will be moments when you feel tempted to rescue people simply to avoid discomfort. Moments when saying yes feels easier than holding boundaries. Moments when generosity is motivated by guilt instead of guidance. Silence helps you separate compassion from compulsion. I had to learn that some people do not want help. They want relief without responsibility. And when money becomes the relief, growth stops. That does not make you harsh for stepping back. It makes you wise. True help empowers. It does not replace effort. When you remain quiet and measured, you allow people to meet God in their own process instead of leaning on your provision. Chosen one. There is also the matter of spiritual alignment. Wealth is not neutral energy. It amplifies whatever system it enters. If your inner life is chaotic, money will accelerate that chaos. If your inner life is grounded, money will become a tool for stability and impact. This is why solitude often increases before major breakthroughs. God uses quiet to recalibrate your inner world. You may notice that your tolerance for noise decreases. Certain conversations feel draining. Certain environments feel heavy. This is not arrogance. It is sensitivity increasing. Just as your ears adjust to silence after loud sound, your spirit begins to reject unnecessary stimulation. Silence becomes nourishment. It restores clarity and strengthens discernment. There is also a hidden protection in keeping your lifestyle modest, even when your capacity grows. Not because you fear judgment, but because extravagance can attract the wrong kind of attention before your foundation is ready. I have seen people announce their success through purchases, only to invite pressure they were not prepared to manage. Security is not just physical, it is psychological, emotional, spiritual, chosen. One, you are being invited into a different rhythm, one where decisions are slower, reactions are measured, and responses are intentional. The world celebrates immediacy. Heaven honors preparation. This is why the vision waits for its appointed time. Rushing revelation can collapse what patience would have preserved. Another layer of silence is internal. As wealth approaches, your inner dialogue must change. Fear-based thinking must be dismantled. Scarcity patterns must be unlearned. Silence helps you hear what beliefs are still operating beneath the surface. It shows you where healing is still needed. Without quiet, those patterns hide until they surface through behavior. I want you to hear this clearly, chosen one. You are not being called to isolation. You are being called to selectivity. There is a difference. Isolation is rooted in fear. Selectivity is rooted in wisdom. Jesus had crowds, disciples, and an inner circle. Access was layered, not equal. Wealth requires the same structure. There will be people who accuse you of changing. Let them. Growth always looks like betrayal to those who benefited from your lack of boundaries. You are not required to stay small to remain familiar. You are not required to remain accessible to remain kind. Silence gives you space to grow without constant negotiation. I remember realizing that the more I explained myself, the less respected I felt. When I stopped explaining, clarity returned. Authority does not announce itself. It is recognized. The same will happen for you. As you become quieter, your presence will speak louder. People will feel the shift without needing a statement. Chosen one. Wealth is approaching your life not as a trophy, but as a responsibility. It will require discipline, discernment, and detachment from old validation systems. Applause will become irrelevant. Alignment will become everything. Silence supports that transition. You were overlooked when you spoke because people could not hear what you carried. Now you will be heard, even when you say nothing. That is the difference elevation makes. Let your actions be consistent. Let your life speak. Let your boundaries teach. There is a moment coming when you will look back and realize how necessary this quiet season was, how many distractions were avoided, how many conflicts never materialized, how much peace was preserved because you chose stillness over reaction. Silence did not delay your blessing. It protected it. Chosen one. This is not about hiding from the world. It is about standing firmly within yourself. It is about allowing wealth to enter a life that is already ordered, already grounded, already aligned. The louder the world becomes, the more valuable your stillness will be. Stay centered, stay discerning, stay quiet where needed. What is coming does not require announcement. It requires stewardship, and silence will remain your protection. Chosen one. There is a sacred shift that happens when wealth is no longer a distant hope, but an approaching reality. At this stage, the battle is not external, it is internal. The noise is no longer coming from people alone, but from the voice inside you that remembers lack, fear, and survival. Silence is not only how you manage the world, it is how you retrain your mind. For a long time, your thoughts were shaped by urgency, bills, deadlines, pressure. You learned to move quickly because you had to. That survival reflex kept you alive, but it cannot govern you in the season you are entering. When abundance comes, urgency becomes dangerous. Hasty decisions cost more when resources are larger. Silence slows you down just enough to choose correctly. Chosen one. I need you to understand this truth with clarity. Wealth magnifies momentum. Whatever direction you are moving in, when it arrives, it will accelerate. If you are grounded, you become freer. If you are scattered, you become overwhelmed. This is why God often quiets your environment withholding, he is aligning. There will be moments where you feel an unfamiliar discomfort, not pain, but unease. The discomfort of outgrowing old habits, the discomfort of not reacting the way you used to, the discomfort of realizing that certain conversations no longer fit your frequency. Silence helps you sit with that discomfort instead of escaping it through spending distraction or explanation. I remember when I first realized that having more options did not automatically bring peace. In fact, it brought more decisions, more responsibility, more awareness. What preserved my sanity was learning when not to speak, when not to respond, when not to move immediately. Silence created space between stimulus and response. That space is where wisdom lives. Chosen one. Wealth also forces you to confront your relationship with control. When you had little control, felt impossible. When you have more control, feels tempting. You may feel the urge to fix everything at once, to secure every outcome, to eliminate every risk. But control is an illusion. Silence teaches trust. It reminds you that provision does not come from your micromanagement, but from alignment. There is a reason Scripture speaks about rest so often. Rest is not inactivity. It is confidence in God's order. Silence is a form of rest. It tells your spirit that you do not need to defend yourself, announce yourself, or rush to prove anything. The work has already been done in the unseen. Chosen. One another shift happens in how you view time. When money was scarce, time felt like an enemy. Every delay felt threatening. But when resources expand, time becomes your ally. Silence allows you to reclaim it, to think long-term, to plan with patience instead of pressure. The wealthy who remain free are not those who move fastest, but those who move wisely. There will be people who misunderstand your quietness. They may interpret it as distance, arrogance, or secrecy. Let them. Understanding is not required for obedience. You are not called to manage perceptions. You are called to steward what is coming. Silence frees you from the burden of being interpreted correctly by everyone. Chosen one. There is also a deeper healing that happens in this season. For years you were invisible. Your ideas went unnoticed. Your effort went unacknowledged. When wealth approaches, there can be a temptation to finally be seen, to finally matter. But if you seek visibility to heal old wounds, money will only reopen them. Silence gives those wounds time to close properly. I had to face this myself. There were moments when recognition felt like oxygen, when I wanted acknowledgement more than alignment. But every time I chased visibility, peace slipped further away. It was only when I chose to be content without applause that stability arrived. Wealth is safest in the hands of someone who no longer needs it to feel valuable. Chosen one. You are being prepared for a different kind of power. Not loud power, quiet authority. The kind that does not need to enter a room announcing itself. The kind that shifts environments simply by presence. That authority is cultivated in silence. It is refined in restraint. Another truth you must hear is this: not every opportunity that appears during this season is meant to be taken. When wealth approaches, opportunities multiply. Investments, partnerships, offers. Some are aligned, many are distractions. Silence helps you discern which is which. It gives you time to sense whether something carries peace or pressure. Pressure often masquerades as urgency. Act now. Don't miss this. This won't come again. Wisdom rarely speaks that way. Alignment feels steady, not frantic. Silence allows you to recognize the difference. It protects you from saying yes to things that look profitable but pull you away from your assignment. Chosen one. There is also the matter of legacy. is not just about what you enjoy now, but what you establish for later. Impulsive decisions may feel good in the moment, but they weaken foundations. Silence invites you to think beyond yourself, to consider impact instead of indulgence, to build structures that last. I want to speak to the part of you that is tired, tired of struggling, tired of waiting, tired of being strong without results. Here, this rest is not delay. Silence is not stagnation. This quiet is evidence that the ground is being prepared. Seeds are taking root. Growth is happening underground. Chosen one, your past trained you to survive noise. Your future requires you to master stillness. The world will always be loud. Opinions will always exist. But your life does not have to be reactive. Wealth will not save you from chaos if you carry chaos within. Silence helps you release it. There will come a moment when you realize you no longer need to respond to everything. Not every comment deserves attention. Not every question deserves an answer. Not every invitation deserves acceptance. That realization is freedom. It is also maturity. Chosen one. You are not becoming distant. You are becoming intentional. You are not hiding. You are preparing. This season is teaching you how to carry weight without strain, how to move with clarity instead of impulse, how to remain rooted while everything around you accelerates. What is coming to you will require composure. It will require patience. It will require discernment. And silence will continue to be your ally. Not because you are afraid of what others think, but because you understand the value of what you are carrying. Stay still when needed. Speak only when aligned. Let your life unfold without constant commentary. Wealth does not need your announcement. It needs your stewardship, and silence will help you carry it well. Chosen one, as wealth draws nearer another, truth rises to the surface, one that challenges the way you have learned to measure success. Until now, life trained you to respond, to react, to prove. You were shaped by environments that demanded explanation. If something went wrong, you had to justify yourself. If something went right, you had to defend it. Silence was not an option then, but in this season, silence becomes your declaration. There is a maturity that comes when you stop trying to be understood by everyone. Understanding is not alignment. Many people will never understand your path because they were never meant to walk it. Wealth does not change this. In fact, it makes it more visible. The more you elevate, the smaller some conversations will feel. Silence saves you from shrinking yourself to fit spaces that no longer match your growth. Chosen one, I want you to notice something subtle. As your capacity expands, your emotional reactions will be tested. Old triggers will try to resurface. Comments that once wounded you will try to regain power. People may bring up your past, your mistakes, your seasons of lack. Not because they are cruel, but because they are uncomfortable with your evolution. Silence disarms those attempts. It denies them the reaction they seek. I remember the moment I realized that responding to everything kept me tied to versions of myself I had already outgrown. Every explanation pulled me backward. Every defense drained energy that could have been invested forward. Silence at first felt unnatural. It felt like surrender. But over time I saw its power. My absence from unnecessary debates created room for clarity, peace, and progress. Chosen one. Wealth invites you to redefine generosity. True generosity is not impulsive. It is intentional. It is not driven by emotion, guilt, or nostalgia. It is guided by wisdom. Silence helps you discern when to give, how to give, and why you are giving. It protects you from becoming a source of dependency instead of empowerment. There will be moments when people appeal to your compassion with stories that sound familiar, struggles that mirror your past, needs that awaken old empathy. This is where silence becomes essential. Not to harden your heart, but to consult wisdom before acting. Helping without discernment often creates cycles instead of solutions. Silence gives you time to listen beyond words. Chosen. One another shift happens in how you view validation. For a long time, external approval mattered because it was scarce. Praise felt rare. Recognition felt earned. As wealth approaches, validation will increase, but it will be mixed with expectation. Compliments may carry hidden agendas. Admiration may come with access requests. Silence protects you from confusing flattery with truth. There is a dangerous belief that money will finally make you heard, that it will finally give weight to your voice. But the truth is, your voice already carries weight. Wealth simply reveals it. If you rely on money to validate your worth, you give it power it was never meant to hold. Silence helps you detach your identity from outcomes. Chosen one. I want to speak to the version of you that still remembers being invisible. That memory can quietly influence your choices if you are not aware. You may feel tempted to overshare, overgive, over-explain, simply because you once had nothing. Silence helps you heal that part of yourself without compensating for it. There is a peace that comes when you no longer feel responsible for other people's reactions to your growth. Silence releases you from that responsibility. It reminds you that your assignment is not to manage emotions, but to steward alignment. You cannot carry wealth well if you are constantly managing everyone else's comfort. Chosen one wealth also invites you to simplify. Complexity drains energy. Excess drains focus. Silence naturally leads to clarity. You begin to see what is essential and what is noise. You become less interested in accumulation and more interested in stability. That shift is not boredom. It is wisdom maturing. I noticed that the quieter I became, the more intentional my choices were. I stopped chasing things that looked impressive but felt empty. I stopped measuring success by visibility. I started measuring it by peace. That recalibration changed everything. Wealth became a tool instead of a temptation. Chosen one, there is also a lesson about patience embedded in this season. You will be tempted to move quickly because you can, to solve problems instantly, to eliminate discomfort with spending. But not every discomfort is meant to be removed. Some are signals guiding you toward growth. Silence helps you listen to those signals instead of silencing them with convenience. Another truth you must embrace is this: you cannot save everyone, and you are not meant to. Wealth will bring opportunities to it, but wisdom asks a deeper question: is this aligned with my purpose, or is it driven by obligation? Silence helps you answer honestly. Chosen one. Your life is entering a phase where presence matters more than performance, where consistency matters more than intensity, where quiet discipline outlasts dramatic gestures. Silence supports that rhythm. It keeps you grounded when everything around you accelerates. You may also notice that your circle begins to shrink naturally, not because you are rejecting people, but because alignment filters relationships. Silence allows that process to happen without force. You stop announcing boundaries. You simply live them. Those who belong will adjust. Those who do not will drift. There is strength in that simplicity. You no longer need to convince anyone of who you are becoming. Your life will demonstrate it over time. Wealth amplifies patterns. If your pattern is calm, clarity, and consistency, that is what will grow. Chosen one. Let me say this clearly: you are not becoming cold. You are becoming clear. You are not withdrawing from love. You are protecting purpose. Silence is not a wall. It is a gate. It determines what enters and what stays out. As wealth approaches, your ability to remain composed will matter more than your ability to earn. Money flows easily to disciplined minds, but it stays longest with steady spirits. Silence steadies you. It reduces internal friction. It aligns your actions with your values. You will reach a point where you realize that not everything deserves a response. Not every opportunity deserves attention. Not every relationship deserves access. That realization is not arrogance. It is stewardship. Chosen one. What is being built in your life is meant to last. It requires patience, discernment, and restraint. Silence strengthens all three. It keeps you from rushing into decisions that feel urgent but lack peace. It helps you listen for guidance beyond logic. You were trained in adversity. You learned endurance, humility, and awareness. Those qualities will now protect you in abundance. Silence will ensure that the lessons you paid for with struggle are not lost when ease arrives. Remain grounded. Remain observant. Remain intentional. Let your actions speak. Let your peace speak. Let your life speak. Wealth will follow alignment, not announcement. And silence will continue to be one of your greatest protections. Chosen one, as this message settles deeper into your spirit, I want you to recognize where you are standing right now. You are no longer in the season of asking if it will happen. You are in the season of preparation for how it will be carried. That is a different posture entirely. Hope waits. Preparation listens. And silence sharpens that listening. There comes a moment when heaven begins to trust you with restraint, not because you lack opportunity, but because you have learned discipline. Many people pray for wealth, but few are trained to hold it without letting it distort their identity. You have been trained quietly through delay, through obscurity, through seasons where nothing made sense. That training was not punishment, it was protection. Chosen one. You must understand that wealth does not only move money, it moves power dynamics. It changes how people speak to you, how they look at you, how they approach you. Some will grow distant out of insecurity, others will grow closer out of interest. Silence allows you to navigate those shifts without becoming reactive or suspicious. It keeps you centered when the environment around you begins to change. I want you to remember how it felt when you had no leverage, when your words carried no weight, when your ideas were dismissed, when your effort went unnoticed. That memory is not meant to wound you anymore. It is meant to keep you humble and aware. Silence honors that memory without letting it control you. You no longer need to prove that season is over. Your life will show it in time. Chosen one. There is a sacred confidence that emerges when you stop announcing your growth. It is the confidence of someone who knows that what is built quietly lasts longer. Loud foundations crack under pressure. Quiet ones hold. The world is addicted to visibility, but heaven is committed to sustainability. Silence aligns you with heaven's pace. As wealth comes closer, you may notice that your prayers change. They become less about asking and more about clarity, less about urgency and more about wisdom. That is evidence of maturity. Silence complements that shift. It creates space for instruction instead of desperation. You are not reaching for blessings anymore. You are learning how to steward them. Chosen one. This is also the season where comparison loses its grip. You stop measuring your progress against others because your path has become personal, unique, assigned. Silence helps you detach from timelines that were never yours. It frees you from the anxiety of keeping up and anchors you in the peace of alignment. There will be moments when you are tempted to celebrate prematurely, to share good news before it is stable, to speak plans before they are established. I understand that impulse. After years of lack, joy wants to overflow. But wisdom teaches containment before expansion. Silence allows joy to deepen without exposing it to unnecessary interference. instead of performance. When you celebrate quietly, the joy stays pure. When you celebrate loudly, it invites comparison, envy, and expectation. Silence keeps your gratitude between you and God. Chosen One wealth will eventually give you options you never had before. Choices that once felt impossible will become accessible. That freedom is beautiful, but it is also dangerous if not guided by purpose. Silence helps you choose from a place of intention instead of impulse. It slows the moment just enough for discernment to speak. There is also a refining that happens in how you communicate. You begin to say less, but mean more. Your words carry weight because they are no longer scattered. Silence teaches you precision. You stop filling space with explanations. You speak when necessary, and when you do, people listen. That is authority, not volume. Chosen One, I want to speak to your future self for a moment. There will come a day when you look back on this season and realize how close you were to mishandling what was coming, how easy it would have been to overshare, overcommit, or overextend, and you will be grateful that you chose restraint, that you chose to listen more than speak, that you chose silence when ego wanted expression. You are not meant to live guarded forever, but you are meant to be wise. Access should always be earned, not assumed. Silence teaches people how to approach you. Those who respect it will wait. Those who resent it reveal themselves. Either way, clarity emerges. Chosen One. This journey is not about becoming unreachable. It is about becoming unshakable. Silence strengthens your inner stability. It keeps you rooted when circumstances accelerate. It protects your peace when opinions multiply. It preserves your focus when distractions increase. As wealth enters your life, remember this truth. Money is a servant, not a master. Silence helps you maintain that order. The moment money dictates your reactions, your speech, or your worth, it has taken a position it does not deserve. Silence keeps you in command. You have been called to carry abundance without losing yourself, to move through increase without abandoning humility, to enjoy provision without becoming enslaved by it. That balance is rare, and it is sustained through awareness, discipline, and restraint. Chosen One. Your life is transitioning from survival to stewardship. That transition requires a different kind of strength. Not the strength to push, but the strength to pause. Not the strength to fight, but the strength to observe. Silence cultivates that strength. There will be people who never hear your full story. Let that be okay. Not everyone is meant to. There will be questions you never answer. Let that be okay. Mystery is not deception, it is discretion. Your life does not need to be fully explained to be fully lived. As this message comes to a close, let this truth anchor you. You were prepared in private, so you could be trusted in public. Silence was your training ground. It taught you patience when you wanted speed, humility when you wanted recognition, and wisdom when you wanted validation. Chosen One. Wealth is approaching your life not as chaos, but as confirmation. Confirmation that the quiet seasons mattered. Confirmation that restraint was not wasted. Confirmation that what was built slowly will stand firmly. Remain centered. Remain discerning. Remain grounded. Let your peace be louder than your announcements. Let your stability speak before your success does. You are not late. You are not behind. You are aligned. And when wealth fully arrives, you will recognize it not by noise, but by calm. Not by urgency, but by assurance. Not by applause, but by peace. Silence carried you here, and silence will help you remain here steady, clear, and protected. Chosen One, take a breath and let this moment settle. What you have just received is not information, it is preparation. Heaven does not warn without intention, and it does not prepare without release. A supernatural transfer is already in motion, and you are standing in your exact kairos moment, the precise timing appointed for your elevation. You are not late. You are not behind. You are aligned. What is coming will not arrive with chaos, but with clarity. Not with noise, but with peace. And as wealth comes, silence will guard it, wisdom will guide it, and discernment will preserve it. You have been trusted with this word because you are ready to carry what others would mishandle. Remain faithful in the quiet. Stay aligned with the flow of the anointing. Let gratitude lead your steps even before the manifestation appears. What heaven is building in your life does not require announcement. It requires stewardship. I bless your hands to manage increase with wisdom. I bless your mind with clarity and restraint. I bless your spirit with peace that cannot be shaken. What is yours will come to you protected, multiplied, and sustained. If this word resonated with your spirit, stay connected. Subscribe as a sign of alignment, not obligation. And if you feel led, place 777 in the comments as agreement, a quiet confirmation that you receive this word and will walk it out in faith. Go forward, chosen one. Carry your blessing well. Your season has begun. Chosen one, you are not hearing these words by chance, and you did not arrive here by accident. This moment was scheduled by heaven itself, aligned by divine intelligence, and released into your life at the exact second your spirit was ready to receive it. Long before you pressed play, God had already marked this encounter. Something has been stirring within you, a quiet awareness that the season around your life is shifting, that what once felt delayed is now aligning with precision. Anointed one, understand this clearly. You are standing at the edge of a supernatural breakthrough. This is a threshold moment where obedience meets promise, where preparation gives way to manifestation. Scripture reminds us that there is a time and a season for every purpose under heaven, and this is your appointed season. What has been forming in the unseen is about to surface in the seen, not gradually but suddenly. This is not about ego status or chasing wealth. This is about divine stewardship, kingdom assignment, and a transfer that flows through you to impact others. Heaven does not release increase casually. It releases it when alignment is complete. And chosen one, alignment has been taking place in you quietly, faithfully, intentionally. So as you listen, remain present. Let your spirit lean in. And if this resonates, stay connected, subscribe, so you don't miss what heaven is unfolding here. And as an act of agreement, type 777 in the comments. What follows is not information. It is activation. Chosen one. If you feel that quiet stirring in your spirit right now, do not dismiss it, and do not try to rationalize it away. This is not emotion, and it is not imagination. This is recognition. This is the moment when something already written in heaven begins to echo inside you. There are seasons when words simply inform, and then there are moments when truth activates. This is the latter. Heaven is confirming that you are standing at the threshold of something far greater than what your eyes can currently measure. You are not being warmed up for a small breakthrough or positioned for a minor improvement. You are being aligned for a level of increase that alters direction, not just for you, but for everyone connected to your obedience. Favor is finding you. Opportunity is being synchronized with your name. Overflow is not chasing you because you ran faster. It is responding because you stayed faithful when it was difficult to do so. Anointed one, I want you to hear this slowly and let it land. What you are stepping into did not come cheaply, and it did not come quickly. There were seasons when nothing made sense on the surface, when effort felt heavy and progress felt delayed, when doors closed without explanation and silence seemed louder than answers. I remember seasons like that in my own life, moments where the outward evidence contradicted the inward knowing. Everything around me suggested stagnation, yet deep down there was a steady, unshakable awareness that something unseen was being arranged. Looking back now, I understand that those moments were not empty, they were active. Heaven was working quietly, deliberately, beyond what I could track with logic. And if you are honest with yourself, you have felt that same knowing too. The ideas that rise without warning, the nudges that refuse to leave you alone, the moments where you almost move forward, hesitate, and then feel the pull return even stronger. Those are not random thoughts. Those are divine signals testing your readiness to listen. Chosen one. Abundance does not always announce itself with noise. Often it whispers before it roars. That subtle sense that something is shifting, that impatience with stagnation, you can no longer tolerate that restlessness that is not rooted in greed but in purpose. These are not problems to fix. They are signs to recognize. This is what alignment feels like before acceleration. It feels uncomfortable because you are outgrowing an old version of yourself that once felt familiar and safe. Think about the last few months of your life. Think about how certain people faded away without conflict, how certain plans lost their meaning without drama, how your priorities quietly rearranged themselves. That was not loss. That was preparation. God was lightening your load so you could move faster when the time came. Before every divine transfer, there is separation. Before elevation, there is pruning. What felt like rejection was actually protection. Chosen one, we are living in a prophetic season of wealth transfer, and it is important to understand what that truly means. This is not only about money. This is about ideas, influence, creativity, access, and authority. Heaven is reallocating resources away from systems that no longer serve and placing them into the hands of those who can steward them with integrity. Look around you. Old structures are shaking. What once felt permanent is being disrupted. This is not chaos without purpose. It is rearrangement with precision. I learned something that changed my life when I finally grasped it. God does not release abundance to impress people. He releases it to empower purpose. True wealth always begins in the spirit before it ever manifests in the physical. That is why your inner world has been so active lately. The dreams, the late-night thoughts, the moments of guidance you cannot fully explain yet. Heaven has been sketching the blueprint of your future quietly, patiently, waiting for your trust to catch up with your calling. Anointed one. You are not being awakened to chase riches. You are being awakened to channel them. There is a difference, and it matters. Worldly wealth inflates ego. Divine wealth expands responsibility. And if you are hearing this, it is because God already knows your heart can handle what is coming. You lived through enough lack to develop compassion. You endured enough pressure to develop wisdom. You waited long enough to learn patience. Those were not delays, they were credentials. I have watched people receive sudden success without preparation, and I have seen it unravel them. I have also watched people walk through years of quiet refinement and then step into overflow with peace, clarity, and stability. The difference was never talent, it was alignment, and alignment is exactly what heaven has been building in you. Chosen one, you may have noticed resistance increasing lately. Pressure fatigue, even moments of doubt whispering, what if this never happens? Do not misinterpret that voice. That is not failure speaking. proximity. Opposition intensifies right before promotion. When something valuable is about to be released, the pressure around it always increases. You are not losing ground. You are being stretched to receive more. And this is why you must understand this next truth deeply. Wealth itself is not evil. Money is neutral. It magnifies whatever is already inside the one holding it. In the hands of the unfaithful it corrupts. In the hands of the righteous it heals, builds, and restores. That is why God is raising a generation of divine stewards who understand that abundance is not ownership. It is assignment. Anointed one, you are being prepared to build things that outlive you, to create opportunities where none existed, to open doors for people who may never know your name, but will live better because you said yes. That is why shortcuts were removed from your path. God was not slowing you down. He was strengthening your foundation. If you feel that stirring in your spirit right now, let it settle. Let it confirm what you already know deep down. Abundance is not responding to chance. It is responding to alignment. And this alignment has been forming quietly, faithfully, intentionally. Sit with that truth for a moment. Let it take root. Chosen one. When divine elevation moves from preparation into manifestation, the signs stop being subtle. They no longer whisper once and disappear. They begin to repeat themselves until they can no longer be ignored. This is where many people become confused because they expect provision to arrive first. They think wealth shows up before confirmation, but heaven works in reverse. Long before abundance appears in your hands, it shows up in your awareness. That is why your inner world has been shifting faster than your outer circumstances. God always stabilizes the inside before he expands the outside, because increase without inner grounding becomes destruction instead of blessing. Anointed one. One of the first unmistakable signs that billionaire-level elevation is approaching is a deep, unexplainable peace in the middle of uncertainty. Things around you may still look unresolved. Numbers may not yet reflect the promise. Timelines may still feel open-ended, yet your spirit feels calm. You are no longer panicking the way you used to. You may still ask questions, but fear no longer controls your decisions. This peace is not denial. It is assurance. Heaven gives peace before power because only a peaceful spirit can handle increase without losing itself. I remember a season when nothing in my bank account reflected growth, yet my spirit felt grounded and confident in a way I had never experienced before. Looking back, that calm was the signal. God was stabilizing me internally so the external expansion would not overwhelm me. If you feel that same quiet confidence now, it means you have already passed a major test of trust. Chosen. One another sign that divine elevation is near is detachment. You begin to loosen your grip on material obsession, not because you no longer desire abundance, but because you no longer need it to prove your worth. Luxury stops being about validation and starts being about function and freedom. You crave purpose more than applause. This shift is critical. Heaven only releases wealth when it no longer owns your heart. Notice how your desires have matured. You do not just want money anymore. You want impact. You do not just want comfort. You want legacy. This is not something you forced through discipline or willpower. It happened naturally as your spirit grew. That is divine preparation. God does not entrust wealth to those who worship it. He entrusts it to those who can steward it without losing themselves. Anointed one, pay attention to the flow of ideas entering your life. This is another unmistakable sign. Concepts, visions, strategies, and solutions begin arriving with unusual clarity. Sometimes they come in still moments, sometimes through dreams, sometimes through a single sentence. Someone speaks that unlocks an entire direction. These are not random thoughts. These are prophetic downloads. Heaven does not drop money from the sky. It drops instruction. Every idea you receive carries the potential for abundance if you act on it. Notice which ideas keep returning. The ones that refuse to leave you alone. Those are seeds. Write them down. Sit with them. Pray over them. Most people miss divine instruction because it does not arrive dramatically. It arrives quietly, asking for obedience rather than attention. Chosen one. The ones who prosper are not the loudest or the fastest. They are the ones who move when God whispers, not only when he shouts. Along with ideas, you may notice divine connections forming. You begin encountering people who feel strategically placed in your life. Conversations feel timely. Introductions open doors you could not have opened alone. These are not coincidences. These are alignments. Heaven uses people as bridges. Destiny helpers appear when your season changes. When the right people begin showing up consistently, your elevation is no longer theoretical. It is near. At the same time, progress may begin to feel easier. Things that once took months begin to move in days. Effort still exists, but resistance decreases. Doors open with less struggle. The world may call it luck, but the chosen ones recognize it as favor. Anointed one, do not be alarmed if doors also begin closing quickly. Old relationships fade. Old plans dissolve. Opportunities that once seemed promising suddenly end. Do not mourn these endings. Celebrate them. God is clearing space. He is removing distractions and misalignments to make room for greater assignments. Every closed door is protection from something that would have slowed you down. Another sign that divine elevation is active is heightened discernment. You sense alignment or misalignment almost instantly. You can walk into a room and feel whether it supports your growth or drains you. This is not paranoia. This is protection. God sharpens the discernment of his chosen ones so they do not sabotage their own elevation through poor decisions or unhealthy associations. Chosen one. You may also notice a hunger for knowledge you never had before. You feel drawn to learning about leadership systems, investing, or strategy. This hunger is not random. Your spirit is expanding to match your future. Divine wealth requires divine intelligence. God awakens curiosity before he releases responsibility. And then there is perhaps the most important sign of all. You stop feeling lucky and start feeling chosen. Your language changes. You no longer say if it happens. You say when it happens, not with arrogance, but with quiet certainty. You sense that something larger than you is orchestrating your steps. Doubt loses its grip. Authority replaces hesitation. This is when your frequency shifts. You stop chasing miracles, and miracles begin responding to you. Anointed one, when these signs appear together, it is confirmation. You are no longer being prepared for abundance. You are being aligned with it. The process you endured was not random. It was training for stewardship. God does not entrust massive resources to untested hands. But heaven knows your heart now. You proved faithful when there was little. And because of that abundance that glorifies God is being aligned with your life. Let that truth settle. Before release there is always testing, not to punish you, but to prepare you. Every elevation requires proof of readiness. Chosen one. If life has felt unusually intense lately, if pressure has increased instead of decreased, understand this clearly. That is not a sign of delay. It is a sign of proximity. The first test that appears before wealth is released is patience. When you ask for increase, God often responds with waiting. Waiting is not denial. It is development. During waiting seasons, faith is strengthened, ego is softened, and dependence shifts from honesty even when it cost you heaven took note. Anointed One humility is another test. Many chosen ones experience seasons of being overlooked, underestimated, or underpaid right before elevation. These moments strip pride and cultivate grace. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is remembering the source of your strength. If you can remain kind while unseen, grateful while unrecognized, and faithful without applause, you are proving that success will not corrupt you. Loss is another test. Sudden endings, financial setbacks, betrayals that feel unnecessary. Loss reveals where your trust truly lives. God removes unstable foundations before releasing stable abundance. What feels like destruction is often reconstruction. Chosen one, none of this has been wasted. Every test refined you. Every delay sharpened wisdom. You were not being punished. You were being prepared for the weight of wealth. Many desire success, but few can sustain it. Those who can are the ones who allowed heaven to shape them long before heaven rewarded them. If pressure has been heavy, it is because expansion is close. Let that truth anchor you. Chosen one. There comes a moment when heaven recognizes readiness, and when that moment arrives, the next phase does not begin loudly. It begins decisively. This is where many people miss their timing, not because they are unworthy, but because they expect God to move with spectacle instead of precision. Divine strategy rarely announces itself with thunder. It arrives with clarity, peace, and exactness. You must understand this deeply. You will not stumble into abundance. You will be guided into it. God does not leave the elevation of his chosen ones to chance. What is unfolding now is intentional.
There's a moment when effort stops feeling real and starts feeling it's not dramatic, not sudden. Just a quiet internal click, like a switch that no longer responds when you press it. You don't panic when it happens. You don't even name it. You just notice that something you used to reach for no longer rises to meet you. It doesn't feel like collapse. It feels like precision. You wake up one day and realize your reactions have changed, shifted, not slow, more exact. You no longer
For me, it's about the law and people. How am I supposed to quantify the value of these things when I don't have evidence?
I'm sorry.
And how people can resolve their problems and just be better for it.
Justice with passion.
I always knew I was going to go into law because I tried to see everybody's point of view in an argument. You say one thing, she says another. So who am I to believe?
Justice with truth.
Either you make the decision or I make the decision. You won't like mine.
This is Justice for All with Judge Christina Perez. Jaya Desai is suing Vinu and Anand Desai in the amount of $5,000. Ms. Desai claims she never got to know her birth mother before she passed away and says the co-defendants are to blame for pretending to be her biological parents.
Miss Desai? Is that how you pronounce your last name? Okay. This is your mother and father? Mr. and Mrs. Desai? My adopted parents, yes. Okay. You are now 18 years old, and you are suing your parents for $5,000 for what you call emotional distress. That's right. Okay? Would you explain to me what happened and what type of damages you have to pay? Yes, Your Honor. We really have to be here with the fact that
multiple times to let me visit India, and they refused each time. When I found out about being about this, when my birth mother passed away,
More than $21 billion in legal settlements have been reached in connection with the disturbing child abuse death of an adopted Spring Valley girl.
The defendants in the civil case include the city and county of San Diego, the Rock Church, and the local charter school. NBC7's Jackie Correa joins us from the newsroom now. In fact, this is the case of Arabella McCormick, who died in 2022.
That's right. It's absolutely horrific. NBC7 Investigates has been covering the starvation death of that 11-year-old girl and the alleged torture and abuse of her two younger sisters. Investigators say all three girls were beaten and forced to exercise as punishment. And the adopted mother and grandparents face a long list of charges, including murder. While the criminal case has yet to go to trial, the civil case appears to be nearing its end. At the heart of the issue, whether a slew of people knew about the abuse or suspected it but didn't fulfill their mandated reporter obligations to tell police or social workers. And that included an employee of the San Diego Police Department and a fire department chaplain. The suit accused the pair of visiting the family's Spring Valley home and witnessing severe malnutrition of Arabella and her sisters. The SDPD officer was also accused of providing paddles to the parent.
prison. The county attorney said he was not surprised by Christina Schroer's lack of emotion in the courtroom. The family members and see what they've done.
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Looking at something online.
I'm alright.
What's that?
Hmm?
What's that?
Seeing what's up.
Breathe. Breathe, my baby. Breathe, Papa. Breathe, 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 breathe. Okay?
Arrested in undercover prostitution sting on What Avenue in a recent operation to combat prostitution and human trafficking within Sacramento County. Sheriff's Special Investigations Bureau SIP. Detectives. Operation with the Sheriff's North Patrol, South Patrol, East Patrol Sheriff's Special Enforcement Detail, said, Sheriff's Work Project, the Sheriff's Drone Unit, and with assistance from the Rancho Cordova Police Problem-Oriented Policing. E-Man Crime Suppression Unit, CSU. Detectives coordinated and conducted an undercover operation along What Avenue in North Highlands with a two-pronged approach. Deputies worked undercover posed as sex workers and sex buyers. This operation resulted in 56 total arrests and also yielded the recovery of an unserialized handgun. These types of undercover operations are crucial in the fight against prostitution and human trafficking, as they help identify and rescue victims, dismantle criminal networks, and bring perpetrators to justice. Sheriff Cooper has remained steadfast in his commitment to fight human trafficking in our region, and the Sheriff's Office will continue to conduct these operations on a regular basis throughout Sacramento County. Sex buyers arrested in this operation were Ichchino Okon 26 years old, Sacramento; Maxine Okmorov, 40 years old, Sacramento; Nasra Chelosedeki, 34 years old, Sacramento; Jesus Valencia, 38 years old, Sacramento; Mukhtar Khail Shahid, 25 years old, Tucson, AZ; Abdullah Habibi, 21 years old, Citrus Heights; Zahid Mukhtar Karo, 25 years old, Tucson, AZ; Bealey, 44 years old, Sacramento; Brian Diaz-Tunas, 20 years old, Lincoln; David Barron, 24 years old, Sacramento; Manuel Galvin, 18 years old, Lincoln; Gianna Linden Benedicto, 23 years old, Sacramento; Santos Chicasines, 33 years old, Sacramento;
Andy Escobar-Marin, 23 years old, Yuba City, Tekechuk Vladislav, 30 years old. Kenneth Robert Smith, 63 years old, Sacramento, Ahmad Saidi, 23 years old, North Highlands, Vidhu Shekhar, 38 years old, Sacramento, Samir Saidi, 22 years old, Sacramento, Alfredo Hernandez Olvera, 32 years old, Sacramento, Fodfard, 34 years old, Sacramento, Ricardo Medina, 31 years old, North Highlands, Gage Thompson, 22 years old, Sacramento, Harsh Kumar, 21 years old, Sacramento. Commissioner for Child Protection says Cardinal Pell is a dangerous individual and almost sociopathic from the link http://www.smh.gov.au/national/popes-commissioner-for-child-protection-says-cardinal-pell-individual-n almost sociopathic 20,150,601 GHDL9 NHTML. June 1st, 2015. Carrie Armstrong. Attack. Peter Saunders in a screen grab from 60 Minutes. Photo. Channel 9. Cardinal George Pell is a dangerous individual to the power of and almost sociopathic to the power of in his response to child sexual abuse victims. Pope Francis Specially Appointed Commissioner for the Protection of Children, Peter Saunders, says, in an interview with Channel 9 60 Minutes, M.R. Saunders said Cardinal Pell had a moral responsibility to the power of to front the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse to the power of and address allegations that to the power of he knew of priests abusing children in Ballarat and elsewhere but to the power of did nothing to stop it. Cardinal Pell has denied these accusations. I personally think that his position is untenable because he has now a catalogue of denials, M.R. Saunders said in the interview, which aired on Sunday night. He has a catalogue of denigrating people, of acting with callousness, cold-heartedness, almost sociopathic. I would go as far as to say, this lack of care. Pope Francis last December appointed M.R. Saunders, a British survivor of child sexual abuse in the Catholic Church, to the new Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors to ensure the Catholic Church acted with greater accountability and transparency in relation to child sexual abuse. M.R. Saunders said that, by refusing to front the Royal Commission until he was specifically to the power of invited, Cardinal Pell was making a mockery of the Papal Commission, of the Pope himself, but most of all, of the victims and the survivors to the power of Cardinal George Pell. I think anybody who is a serious obstacle to the work of the Commission and to the work of the Pope in trying to clean up the Church's act over this matter, I think they need to be taken aside very, very quickly and removed from any kind of position of influence. Cardinal Pell was appointed to manage the Vatican's finances in February last year, making him one of the most powerful men in the Catholic Church. Questions have been raised over whether Cardinal Pell had supported notorious pedophile priests, including Gerald Ridsdale, instead of protecting victims and their families. Cardinal Pell has previously apologized to the Commission for accompanying Ridsdale to court in 1993, but has denied he tried to bribe a victim to keep quiet as part of a cover-up and that he was dismissive of victims and their families. M.R. Saunders said Cardinal Pell was present at a meeting with Ballarat Bishop Ronald Mulgrins in 1982 in which they discussed the need to move Ridsdale to another parish, one of the ways the Church frequently dealt with pedophile priests. I think it's inconceivable that they would not have known why Ridsdale was being moved, he said. To me, it seems highly likely that George Pell knew, and if he knew, and if the bishop knew, then these are people who should actually be facing criminal charges now. Not just sanctions at the hands of the Pope or the Church or the attention of the media. These are people who have allegedly allowed the abuse of children to continue, sometimes for many years, and that is an unforgivable crime. I think it's critical Cardinal Pell is moved aside, that he is sent back to Australia and that the Pope takes the strongest action against him. Cardinal Pell declined a request to the power of 60 Minutes to be interviewed for the program, but last week wrote to the Commission reiterating that he would appear in person if required. Without wanting to preempt the Royal Commission in any way, you can't just invite yourself to give evidence. I want to make it absolutely clear that I am willing to give evidence should the Commission request this, be it by statement, appearance by video link, or by attending personally, he wrote. Like everyone else, I am horrified by the accounts that survivors have given in their evidence during the Ballarat hearings, and of the enormous impact the abuse has had on them, their families, and the community. Posted in Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulgrins, Cardinal George Pell, child sex abuse, clergy sex abuse, Father Gerald Ridsdale, Pope Francis, priest child sex abuse, religion, Roman Catholic Church sex abuse. Leave a comment. Tags Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulgrins, Cardinal George Pell. Cardinal George Pell is a dangerous individual and almost sociopathic in his response to child sexual abuse victims, child abuse, child molestation, child rape, child sex abuse, clergy abuse, crimes against children. Father Gerald Ridsdale. Peter Saunders, Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors, Pope Francis, Roman Catholic Church pedophile cover-up scandal, Church pedophile cover-up scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophile scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophiles, Roman Catholic Church sex abuse cover-ups, Roman Catholic Church sex abuse scandal, Roman Catholic Church sex scandal, Roman Catholic clergy, Roman Catholics, Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. The Vatican Tony Abbott defends Cardinal Pell's role in church handling of To the Power of Abuse June 2nd, posted by victims of From Hebethir One Vote. Abbott defends Cardinal Pell's role in church handling of abuse from the link http://www.smh.com.au/federal-politics/cardinal-abbott-defense-cardinal-pels-role-in-dash-church-handling-of-abuse-2013111. November 14th, 2013. Dan Harrison, Janely. Cardinal George Pell. Prime Minister Tony Abbott has defended Cardinal George Pell's role in the Catholic Church's handling of child sex abuse cases, saying he deserved credit for being the first senior churchman to act. Interviewed on Fairfax Radio on Thursday following the release of a Victorian parliamentary report into institutional sex abuse, M.R. Abbott said the church had handled the issue well, but defended Cardinal Pell. The only thing I'd say is that my understanding is that the first senior cleric who took this issue very seriously was in fact Cardinal Pell, he said. M.R. Abbott said it was well known that he had a lot of time for Cardinal Pell. Does that mean that he's perfect? No. Does that mean that he doesn't bear some responsibility for the errors of the church? Of course not, he said. But he said Cardinal Pell was a fine human being and a great To the Power of. M.R. Abbott had not read the Victorian government's report on clergy child sex abuse, but said that in the past the issue wasn't handled well to the power of by the Catholic Church and had to be taken seriously. Of course, all of the institutions which have in the past, and maybe even still, not handled this thing well need to lift their game. And obviously anyone who has committed the hideous breach of trust involved in child abuse needs to be brought to justice, he said. He added, I suspect that it wasn't just the church that didn't handle these things well. A generation ago, there was this general view in our community that certain things just didn't happen. We all know now that they did happen. It was hideous. It was gruesome. It cost some people their lives. It cost some people their sanity. The 800-page parliamentary report said Cardinal Pell's evidence revealed a reluctance to acknowledge and accept responsibility for the Catholic Church's institutional failure to respond appropriately to allegations of criminal child abuse To the Power of. It was scathing of the Catholic Church's leadership prior to the 1990s, giving specific examples in which former Ballarat Bishop Ronald Melbourne and former Melbourne Archbishop Frank Little moved known sexual offenders between parishes without reporting them to police. M.R. Abbott said the issue could have, and should have, been handled better, but he didn't know about cover-ups. I just don't know for a personal fact what was done, he said. I absolutely know that it wasn't handled well. His comments came as the Catholic Church said it was prepared to fund an unlimited national compensation scheme for child sexual abuse victims. The Church's Truth, Justice and Healing Council, a national mouthpiece established after the Royal Commission was announced, issued a statement saying that it would ask the Attorneys General of the federal, state and territory governments to begin working on the scheme. The Victorian parliamentary report recommended an independent redress scheme run by the government but paid for by non-government organizations to replace the Catholic Church's internal systems for dealing with victims, called Melbourne Response, and its national equivalent Towards Healing, which victims criticized throughout the inquiry as lacking transparency. The Catholic Council Chief Executive Francis Sullivan said governments should consider extending the state inquiry's proposed scheme nationally, and that it should have consistent investigative powers and payments. A national compensation scheme, funded by the Church and other organizations, and with no caps on payments, is an important first step in taking away from institutions such as the Catholic Church the role of investigating complaints and determining compensation for victims, he said. This departs from the Church's traditional position to argue that its internal processes would prove that its approach to abuse had improved over time. The Catholic Church's Melbourne Response Scheme currently places a $75,000 cap on victims' compensation claims in Victoria, while its national equivalent, Towards Healing, is limited. In good faith, and Associates Director Helen Last has said that the Church had settled thousands of claims outside of Melbourne Response in an attempt to silence them. M.R. Francis said the state inquiry's recommendation, coupled with the Royal Commission's potential to do the same, should be enough for governments to consider a national approach to child sexual abuse and child protection. He said, "We will also call on all governments to start working towards a national approach to uniform police reporting requirements and statutory complaint handling processes." Posted in Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulkerns, Cardinal George Pell, Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights, child sex abuse, clergy sex abuse, priest child sex abuse, religion. Roman Catholic Church sex abuse. Leave a comment. Tags Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulkerns, Cardinal George Pell, child abuse, child molestation, child rape, child sex abuse, child sexual abuse victims, clergy abuse, crimes against children. Father Gerald Ridsdale, Melbourne response, OK Prime Minister Tony Blair, pedophile priests, priest abuse, priest pedophiles, priest rape, priest sex abuse, religion. Roman Catholic Church child rape scandal, Roman Catholic Church child sex abuse, Roman Catholic Church child sex abuse scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophile cover-up scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophile cover-up scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophile scandal, Roman Catholic Church pedophiles, Roman Catholic Church sex abuse cover-ups, Roman Catholic Church sex abuse scandal, Roman Catholic Church sex scandal, Roman Catholic clergy, Roman Catholics, the Catholic Council Chief Executive.
Switch outlets right here. If you switch it to the bottom one right here, then that switch will control it.
What are you talking about?
This outlet, if you stick it to the bottom one.
Oh, okay.
Tony Abbott defends Cardinal Pell's role in church handling of abuse from the link http://www.smh.com.au/federal-politics/cardinal-abbott-defends-role-and-church-handling-of-abuse-2013111.html. November 14th, 2013. Dan Harrison, Janely. Cardinal George Pell. Prime Minister Tony Abbott has defended Cardinal George Pell's role in the Catholic Church's handling of child sex abuse cases, saying he deserved credit for being the first senior churchman to act. Interviewed on Fairfax Radio on Thursday following the release of a Victorian parliamentary report into institutional sex abuse, M.R. Abbott said the church hadn't handled the issue well, but defended Cardinal Pell. "The only thing I'd say is that my understanding is that the first senior cleric who took this issue very seriously was in fact Cardinal Pell," he said. M.R. Abbott said it was well known that he had a lot of time for Cardinal Pell. Does that mean that he's perfect? No. Does that mean that he doesn't bear some responsibility for the errors of the church? Of course not, he said. But he said Cardinal Pell was a fine human being and a great churchman to the power of. M.R. Abbott had not read the Victorian government's report on clergy child sex abuse, but said that in the past the issue wasn't handled to the power of by the Catholic Church and had to be taken seriously. Of course, all of the institutions which have in the past, and maybe even still, not handled this thing well need to lift their game. And obviously anyone who has committed the hideous breach of trust involved in child abuse needs to be brought to justice, he said. He added, "I suspect that it wasn't just the church that didn't handle these things well. A generation ago, there was this general view in our community that certain things just didn't happen. We all know now that they did happen. It was hideous. It was gruesome. It cost some people their lives. It cost some people their sanity." The 800-page parliamentary report said Cardinal Pell's evidence revealed a reluctance to acknowledge and accept responsibility for the Catholic Catholic Church's institutional failure to respond appropriately to allegations of criminal child abuse to the power of. It was scathing of the Catholic Church's leadership prior to the 1990s, giving specific examples in which former Ballarat Bishop Ronald Mulkerns and former Melbourne Archbishop Frank Little moved known sexual offenders between parishes without reporting them to police. M.R. Abbott said the issue could have, and should have, been handled better, but he didn't know about cover-ups. I just don't know for a personal fact what was done, he said. I absolutely know that it wasn't handled well. His comments came as the Catholic Church said it was prepared to fund an unlimited national compensation scheme for child sexual abuse victims. The Church's Truth, Justice and Healing Council, a national office established after the Royal Commission was announced, issued a statement saying that it would ask the Attorneys General of the federal, state and territory governments to begin working on the scheme. The Victorian Parliamentary Report recommended an independent redress scheme run by the government but paid for by non-government organizations to replace the Catholic Church's internal systems for dealing with victims, called Melbourne Response, and its national equivalent Towards Healing, which victims criticized throughout the inquiry as lacking transparency. The Catholic Council Chief Executive Francis Sullivan said governments should consider extending the state inquiry's proposed scheme nationally, and that it should have consistent investigative powers and payments. A national compensation scheme, funded by the Church and other organizations, and with no caps on payments, is an important first step in taking away from institutions such as the Catholic Church the role of investigating complaints and determining compensation for victims, he said. This departs from the Church's traditional positions argue that its internal processes were proof that its approach to abuse had improved over time. The Catholic Church's Melbourne Response Scheme currently places a $75,000 cap on victims' compensation claims in Victoria, while its national equivalent, Towards Healing, is unlimited. In Good Faith and Associates Director Helen Last has said that the Church had settled thousands of claims outside of Melbourne Response in an attempt to silence them. M.R. Francis said the state inquiry's recommendation, coupled with the Royal Commission's potential to do the same, should be enough for governments to consider a national approach to child sexual abuse and child protection. He said, "We will also call on all governments to start working towards a national approach to uniform police reporting requirements and statutory complaint handling processes." Posted in Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulkerns, Cardinal George Pell, Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights, Child Sex Abuse, Clergy Abuse, Clergy Sex Abuse, Priest Child Sex Abuse, Religion. Roman Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church Sex Abuse. Leave a comment. Tags Archbishop Frank Little, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bishop Ronald Mulkerns, Cardinal George Pell, Child Abuse, Child Molestation, Child Rape, Child Sex Abuse, Child Sexual Abuse Victims, Clergy Abuse, Crimes Against Children, Father Gerald Ridsdale, Melbourne Response, OK Prime Minister Tony Blair, Pedophile Priests, Priest Abuse, Priest Pedophiles, Priest Rape, Priest Sex Abuse, Religion. Roman Catholic Church, Roman Catholic Church Child Rape Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Child Sex Abuse, Roman Catholic Church Child Sex Abuse Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Pedophile Cover-Up Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Pedophile Cover-Up Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Pedophile Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Pedophiles, Roman Catholic Church Sex Abuse Cover-Ups, Roman Catholic Church Sex Abuse Scandal, Roman Catholic Church Sex Scandal, Roman Catholic Clergy, Roman Catholics. The Catholic Council Chief Executive Francis Sullivan, the Vatican Callous, Cold-Hearted, Pope's Commissioner says George Pell has to the power of Go June 2nd posted by victims of from Hebethur Kwan vote. As Cold-Hearted, Pope's Commissioner says George Pell has to go from the link http://mogle.news.gov.au/entertainment/George-Pell-has-george-pell-e-6FRFMY-1227377185327. Cardinal George Pell. Cardinal George Pell has been condemned over his treatment of abuse victims by the man handpicked by the Pope to protect children in the Catholic Church. In an extraordinary attack aired on Channel 9's 60 Minutes, Peter Saunders said the Cardinal had acted with callousness to the power of and cold-heartedness to the power of. Pope Francis, especially appointed Commissioner for the Protection of Children, added, "I think it's critical that he has moved aside, that he is sent back to Australia, and that the Pope takes the strongest action against him." A spokesperson for Cardinal Pell has since responded to the report. Cardinal Pell has been informed of the contents of the 60 Minutes program this evening. The false and misleading claims made against His Eminence are outrageous. The statement reads, "From his earliest actions as an archbishop, Cardinal Pell has taken a strong stand against child sexual abuse and put in place processes to enable complaints to be brought forward and independently investigated. Cardinal Pell has never met M.R. Saunders, who seems to have formed his strong opinions without ever having spoken to His Eminence. In light of all the available material, including evidence from the Cardinal under oath, there is no excuse for broadcasting incorrect and prejudicial material. In the circumstances, the Cardinal is left no alternative but to consult with his legal advisors. In the past fortnight, the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse heard damning evidence in Ballarat against Father Gerald Ridsdale, Australia's worst pedophile priest. Witnesses accused Pell of ignoring warnings about Ridsdale, and one claims Pell tried to silence him with a bribe, an allegation he has previously denied. The Commission also heard that Pell attended a meeting where it was decided that Ridsdale needed to be moved to another parish, and did not question the move. Ridsdale was moved 9 times within Victoria. The Catholic Church has a history of moving pedophile priests instead of taking action against them. I've been to Australia and I've heard from people who have suffered directly," said Saunders, who is himself a victim of pedophile priests. "I think he is somebody who, understandably, victim survivors will have a huge issue with." Saunders, who joined the Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors 6 months ago, said Pell had a moral responsibility to the power of to face the Royal Commission to allay the fears that many victims and survivors feel, which is that he is avoiding facing some very, very difficult truths, which is his past behavior. Pell has said he has not been asked to meet the Royal Commission following the latest claims and that he fully supports its work. As head of Vatican finances, he is thought to be the second most powerful man in the Catholic Church. A spokesperson for Pell said he had not seen the material prior to 60 Minutes broadcast, and that he had not met nor been approached by M.R. Saunders. David Ridsdale told the Royal Commission 13 years ago that when he turned to Pell after being abused by his uncle, Father Gerald Ridsdale, Pell said, "I want to know what it would take to keep you quiet." The Cardinal then still chose to publicly support Ridsdale by accompanying him to court when he was charged with abusing a number of other boys, which he now concedes might have been offensive. Saunders said, "To me, it's absolutely outrageous, and it demonstrates once again the callousness, the cold-heartedness and the contempt that George Pell appears to display for this whole issue and particularly for the victims of these dreadful crimes." In 2002, Anthony and Chrissy Foster said they had approached Pell, then Archbishop of Melbourne, about the repeated sexual abuse of their daughters Emma and Katie by their school priest. Emma later took her own life. The couple showed Pell a photo of Emma on her confirmation day and one after she had self-harmed, and he reportedly said, "She's changed, hasn't she?" Pell denied having seen the photo in 2002, but in 2013 he said he probably had, and simply hadn't had a chance for a considered response to the power of. "Those photographs, they are not something that you would forget," said Saunders, calling Pell a massive thorn in the sea to the power of the Pope. He is making a mockery of the Papal Commission, of the Pope himself, but most of all, of the victims and the survivors. Anybody who is a serious obstacle to the work of the Commission and to the work of the Pope in trying to clean up the Church's act over this matter, I think they need to be taken aside very, very quickly and removed from any kind of position of influence. Our direction cannot include cover-ups and allowing children to be abused to the power of." In a statement provided before the program aired, a spokesperson for Cardinal Pell said, "Cardinal Pell knows of the important work M.R. Saunders has done as a survivor of abuse to assist victims, including the establishment of a victim survivors group in the United Kingdom and more recently serving as member of the Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors established by the Holy Father to develop policy to achieve this. While members are of course entitled to their views and opinions, the recently approved statutes of the Commission make it clear that the Commission's role does not include commenting on individual cases, nor does the Commission have the capacity to investigate individual cases. Many of the issues were addressed in the final report of the 2013 Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry, where there are no adverse findings against Cardinal Pell. These old and repeated allegations have been addressed many times by the Cardinal since 2002. As was pointed out by the Cardinal, he has never condoned or protected offenders, has never condoned or participated in moving known offenders, and did not at any time attempt to bribe David Ridsdale, whose story has varied many times over the years. It is not clear whether M.R. Saunders is aware of the Cardinal's statements or has reviewed the extensive material available from previous inquiries and appearances at the Royal Commission. It is also not clear if M.R. Saunders is aware Cardinal Pell established within 100 days of being appointed as an archbishop an independent scheme to support victims. While there was and is always room for improvement, the Melbourne response had the explicit support of the Victorian Police and other civil authorities and was at the time warmly welcomed by victim support groups. The Cardinal has repeated many times his deepest sympathy for the victims of abuse and their families. He has made it clear on several occasions he supports the work of the Royal Commission, where he has already appeared twice, and remains willing to assist in its work. Posted in Archdiocese of Melbourne, Cardinal George Pell, Cardinal Pell, Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights, Child Sex Abuse, Clergy Sex Abuse, Father Gerald Ridsdale, Priest Child Sex Abuse, Religion, Roman Catholic Church Sex Abuse. Leave a comment. Tags, Archdiocese of Melbourne, Bill Donahue, William Donahue, Catholic League, Cardinal George Pell, Catholic League for Religious and Civil Rights, Child Abuse, Child Molestation, Child Rape, Child Rapists, Child Sex Abuse, Clergy Abuse, Crimes Against Children, Father Gerald Ridsdale, Peter Saunders, Pontifical Commission for the Protection of Minors, Priest Abuse, Priest Pedophiles, Priest Rape, Priest Sex Abuse, Religion, Roman Catholic Church, Child Rape. If Castrillon Hoyos is telling the truth, then John Paul personally approved sending this letter in direct violation of the instruction card. Ratzinger CDF had sent down months earlier, urging bishops in countries where the law obliges them to report knowledge of sexual crimes against children to civil authorities, to follow the law. If Castrillon Hoyos is being truthful, it would suggest that, as far as the pontiff was concerned, the Ratzinger directive was window dressing. By the way, one should not overinterpret that 2001 CDF instruction. As Monsignor Charles Cicluna of the CDF characterizes it today, Monsignor Cicluna also emphasized that the Vatican's insistence on secrecy in the investigation of these cases by church authorities does not mean bishops or others are exempt from reporting these crimes to civil authorities. In some English-speaking countries, but also in France, if bishops become aware of crimes committed by their priests outside the sacramental seal of confession, they are obliged to report them to the judicial authorities. This is an onerous duty because the bishops are forced to make a gesture comparable to that of a father denouncing his own son. Nonetheless, our guidance in these cases is to respect the law, he said. In countries where there is no legal obligation to report sex abuse accusations, Monsignor Cicluna said, we do not force bishops to denounce their own priests, but encourage them to contact the victims and invite them to denounce the priests by whom they have been abused. Anyway, what card? Castrillon Hoyos said in Spain is very big news. It's the first time to my knowledge that someone who was in the curial inner circle under John Paul II has publicly said that the late pontiff encouraged a policy of covering up for clerical sex abuse. That's a bombshell, by the way. To note how the laity who heard Castrillon Hoyos reacted to his admission. They applauded. People who believe the church scandal is simply a matter of an out-of-touch clerical leadership squared off against a laity that wants to know the truth and wants true reform should consider this. It's not that simple, at all. If you wonder why some victims of abuse waited years to come out about what was done to them, you have part of your answer right there. Many laymen were quite willing to collaborate with evil to keep a truth they found intolerable to contemplate buried. Some still are. It's human nature. You can see it every day. If you look. Update. John Allen of NCR adds some context. That congregation was led by then Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the man who is now the Pope, and who is credited with taking a more aggressive approach to sex abuse cases. In effect, the thrust of the Vatican statement was to suggest the Castrillon letter illustrated the problems that Ratzinger faced in kickstarting the Vatican into action on Friday. However, during a conference at a Catholic university in Murcia, Spain, the 81-year-old Castrillon insisted that he had shown the letter in advance to John Paul II, and that the late Pope had authorized him not only to send it but to eventually post it on the internet. Castrillon said that the issue at stake in his letter was protection of the seal of the confessional. The Cardinal said he was applauding Figan for maintaining the sanctity of the sacrament, and cited Canon 983 of the Code of Canon Law concerning the confessional. Some analysts have questioned whether the sanctity of the confessional directly applies in this case, since Vicken said in 2001 that he had discussed this with the victims and with another priest. French law recognizes the seal of the confessional as part of a protected category of professional secrets, but makes an exception for crimes committed against minors. According to reports in the Spanish media, senior church officials at the conference, including 2 Vatican cardinals, applauded when Castrillan issued his defense bit on the specific question of the confessional. Castrillan has long been among those church leaders who argue that bishops should not be put in the position of reporting their priests to the police or other authorities, on the grounds that it disrupts a father-son relationship with his clergy. Instead, such leaders suggest bishops should encourage the victims themselves to make a report. Here is a translation of Castrillan Hoyes' letter to the French bishop. Assuming this translation is correct, I don't see where this has anything to do with the seal of the confessional. The cardinal is not relying on the seal to make his argument here. September 8, 2001. Most Reverend Excellency, I am writing to you as prefect of the Congregation for the Clergy, charged with collaborating in the responsibility of the common Father over all the priests of the world. I congratulate you for not having denounced a priest to the civil administration. You have acted well, and I rejoice to have a brother in the episcopate who, in the eyes of history and of all the other bishops of the world, has preferred person rather than denouncing his priest-son in reality. The relationship between priests and their bishop is not professional. It is a sacramental relationship, which creates very special bonds of spiritual paternity. This theme has been amply taken up again by the last council, by the 1971 Synod of Bishops and the one in 1991. The bishop
way better than regular mangoes.